hopefully she'll be online very soon. But in the meantime, while Nada is getting her stuff sorted, good morning, Gwen, my co-champion. I haven't seen you since the very fruitful engagements of yesterday. Are you feeling better?
I am. Let me give me that. Yes, Toiva, thank you very much. A very important topic, this, media information literacy. And I've just come from the youth newsroom, where youth from across the world and across Southern Africa have been engaged. And it's fascinating to hear their exchanges, hearing stories from one another, the cultural exchanges. And it reminds me of Windhoek 1991, because that was one of the first times we had a chance to meet journalists from across the continent. And now the same thing is happening. And I think they've benefited tremendously from that exchange. So it's very valuable. And of course, information literacy, we need so much in this disinformation era to enable people to separate fact from fiction and lies from the truth.
Indeed, Gwen. And today is, of course, the 3rd of May, and it was the likes of yourself and many other African newspaper journalists in 1991 that started that conversation. I'm told your mic is now usable. Yes. Just engage me, Gwen, while we are waiting for our colleagues to sort out those glitches. This day became, or is a product of efforts by the likes of yourself, 1991, sitting here in Windhoek, adopting the Windhoek Declaration, which then went on to get adopted at the highest level of the UN. Just what significance does this day hold for you every year when it comes?
Well, I think there's a lot of significance attached, as I say, and I've said before, a very proud moment for Namibia, a very proud moment for Africa to have kind of been at the forefront of a global push for free and independent media. So from that perspective, let me also wish everybody a very happy World Press Freedom Day, because it's a day we talk about, you know, a lot of the problems faced by the media, and obviously sustainability, journalist safety, all those issues, but it's also a day to celebrate great journalism and great journalists, and that I think we must remember. And now to focus forward. The Windhoek Declaration was then. We'll come out of this conference with the Windhoek Plus 30 Declaration, which will, I think, set the scene for a new era for journalism and for the media worldwide. And that's going to be an exciting phase, and I hope I see much of it unfold.
Very good. I mean, I personally can't wait for the announcement of the adoptions later, or the announcements of what the amplification of those new resolutions. And of course, we are living in a different era now, and I'm sure whatever is deemed as a resolution will now help us traverse these new challenges that we faced. And yeah, so I'm a bit excited about this afternoon.
Exactly, and also the sort of intersection of journalism and media information literacy. How do we as journalists bridge that gap? How do we address these issues of declining public trust in the media? What do we do about it? How do we stop people or get them to discern, as I said earlier, good information from bad? These are major challenges, and that's why this panel is, of course, so crucial for the way forward.
You say? Okay, so I'm sorry for I'm communicating with my colleagues from behind the scenes. We are told that the glitch that was in the way of that dialogue, very important dialogue, seems to have been sorted now. So we are crossing over now to a live dialogue between the UN Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, That's Nada Al-Nashif, and Media and Information Literacy. Oh, it looks like we are just going to Daniel for now, as a matter of fact, to give us some conversation on that subject, very important subject. We're crossing over to Daniel now.
Much, and our sincere apologies for the little technical glitch. I'm happy and excited that it's all fixed now. So my name is Onwaize Daniel. I'm the Global Youth Coordinator for the Media and Information Literacy Alliance, a global network initiated by UNESCO that promotes media and information literacy, or what we call MIL for short. For the last 15 months, the UNESCO-led Media and Information Literacy Alliance Youth Committee helped foster youth engagement in MIL globally in collaboration with various youth organizations around the world, and were very instrumental in the UNESCO MIL's Alliance response to the COVID-19 pandemic by carrying out a series of youth actions to counter the growing misinformation and disinformation, or what the WHO DG, Dr. Tedros, called the infodemic. When we consider MIL competencies for young people, we see these competencies as supporting their rights, and especially their rights to express themselves, their rights to impart, their rights to seek and to receive information, and finally their rights to privacy. We believe that MIL is vital if young people's engagement with media and internet content is to translate into information as a public good. Sincerely, I'm so delighted, and I have the honor to introduce the United Nations Deputy High Commission for Human Rights, Ms. Nada Al-Nashif. Ms. Nada Al-Nashif, thank you so much for joining this discussion at the World Press Freedom Day Global Conference, and I'm excited that we both have the honor to open the floor to very robust conversations on Global World Press Freedom Day. Over to you now, Ms. Nada Al-Nashif.
Okay, so Daniel, I'm so sorry, my friend, but Nada is not online yet. So I'm advised that you should just give us your input on the subject, and maybe to make life easier for you, I thought you could share with us a few words on the Media and Information Literacy Alliance, and then of course move to the So give us that. Give us a few words on the alliance that I think you are very much involved. Nada can come back later, maybe speak only also as an individual alone on that subject. But please address us on that. Sorry for the inconvenience.
All right, thank you very much. So about the work that we're doing at the Youth Alliance Committee, give me a minute, I can hear myself. There's some kind of echo.
Can you hear me, Daniel?
Okay, I'm not sure why the echo. But I'm not sure why. I can hear you clearly, but I could also hear myself as I talk. But I'll just go ahead if it's just me and it's not affecting the live audience.
Yes, please go ahead, because we can hear you very well here.
All right, thank you very much. So, the work that we do at the Youth Steering Committee has been very instrumental and has been very engaging. Presently, we work with young people in the 5 regions that UNESCO also works in and is present. And we've been working in driving conversations around media and information literacy, helping to build up policies and programs that are specifically focused on young people to help promote the activities that young people are doing. The Youth Committee has a mix of professionals. We have journalists, we have content creators and developers, we have strategic communications professionals, we have academics, we have researchers. And one of the things that we've been able to do over the past 1 year, especially before the coronavirus pandemic came in board and during the coronavirus pandemic, we had worked on developing a youth open letter that was addressed to heads of states and heads of UN agencies on how, we think that going forward, we want young people to be engaged in media and information literacy. We also worked on developing regional action plans and a global action plan on how young people need to be engaged in media and information literacy, and the ideas the ideals we want to push around engaging young people in media and information literacy. One key thing that stood out for us is that it is not a we versus them issue, because misinformation and disinformation and fake news cuts across all ages and all spectra. So it's more about like a kind of co-ownership process for us to develop solutions and to develop programs and policies that will help us in time counter the issues that are being portrayed by fake news. And I think one of the things that made our work so relevant and so very, very key was the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, where we saw a lot of, first was this existence as to what were the origin of the vaccines, what was the main purpose of the vaccine, and people, denying that, the COVID-19 pandemic, that COVID-19 does not exist, it's a hoax, people want to use this to reduce the population and things like that. And then the conversation moved away from when the vaccines were now fully functional. They're like, oh, now the vaccine is used to reduce the population, that don't take it, it has this very adverse side effect and things like that. So one of the work that we did was to be able to counter the misinformation and the fake news around this. We had a series of webinars, and we had a series of youth programs, and we kind of tried to also translate a lot of the COVID-19 IEC materials into various multiple languages. And we work closely with the WHO Epidemic Information Network, to help build up, campaigns and programs and surveys to understand people's responses to the vaccines or to the knowledge materials being shared around COVID-19. And then we looked at, okay, COVID-19 does not really just affect our health. Okay, what are the also, other aspects that COVID-19 is affecting? Our mental well-being, our digital life, our academic life, our educational life, how it is changing the world. And then we also try to look at what will be the new normal and what role would media and information literacy play in a post-COVID-19 world. So we've been very, very active and functional. A lot of the youth members from the steering committee, they're here listening, and they're looking forward to working with as many partners and as many organizations as possible who want to support the work that we do. And we're also looking at currently we're working on a project to help youth organizations develop MIO specific policies to the programs that they do, making MIL an integral part of organizational policies and not just one side project or one side thing that they recognize that it exists, but now making it an integral part of their policies. And we're not just doing that, we're helping these organizations build the capacity to develop the policies and also to be able to practice and implement the policies in their region. And we're doing this across all of the 5 regions. And we're looking at working with about 74 youth organizations spread across all of the 5 regions that UNESCO work with evenly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for a very enlightening input there. We actually wanted to engage you a little longer on that, but I think in the interest of time, we can do so much with the information that you've shared so far. Gwen, what do we have next? I'm told that we now have Julie Bossetti. He's a research director for the International Center for Journalists and author of several studies published by UNESCO, one which she will present about at the end of this session, but of course she will be moderating the next session, which has very prominent participants there. Maybe you can just introduce them briefly. Of course, Julie will introduce them also, but it's important maybe just for the audience to know who are the coming up participants.
Thank you, Toivo. I think Julie has been she's research director for the International Center for Journalists. And as you said, she's done a number of studies for UNESCO, one of which she will present at the end of this session. And most importantly, she's done incredible work on the issue of online violence against women and women journalists. And in particular, she's analyzed, for example, Maria Ressa's Twitter account and the amount of hate speech that comes after a renowned journalist like that. So yes, we're going to hand over to Julie shortly. Some of the participants include Professor Alice Lee, Department of Journalism at Hong Kong Baptist University, Eric Valmier, Secretary General for Information Radio France, Matt Britton, President of Google Europe, Middle East and Africa, and Patricia Nicole Lucena, Executive Director for the organization Youth Advocates Building Opportunities and Networks in Governments. So can I ask if Julie is online to take it away? Hi, Julie. It's all yours.
Julie, your mic seems to be off. Your mic seems to be off. Just make sure. Just give us a second or so, Julie, from our end.
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go.
Wonderful, yes.
Please
go
go
ahead.
Thank you. There are many tech gremlins, and I'm afraid I had terrible feedback as well as our previous speaker was. So I'm going to take my earphones out, and people are just going to have to wave if they want to intervene. But I hope that wherever you're watching this, you're able to get some value, some encouragement, and some inspiration about the critical issues connected to media and information literacy, particularly at a time where we have a really toxic online environment to try to wade through. We have viral disinformation, we have networked hate speech, we have a range of challenges, not least being attempts to erode trust in facts and quality independent journalism, which is at times instigated and fueled by political actors. So this is an extremely complex problem that we're trying to respond to through media information literacy, and it is not a standalone solution. I just want to acknowledge that up front. So this conversation, though, with all of that in mind, will focus on the value of media information literacy as an intervention, as one of the tools in the toolkit, if you like, for responding to disinformation and ensuring that information as a public good is able to be surfaced. So as Gwen suggested, we have Professor Alice Lee, who is the Professor of Journalism at the Department of Journalism at the Hong Kong Baptist University. We have Eric Valmer, who is Secretary General for Information from Radio France. We have Matt Britton, who is the President of Google in Europe, the Middle East and Africa, and also Patricia Lucena, who is Executive Director of the Youth Advocates Building Opportunities and Network in Governance, which is shortened to YABONG, which is much easier to say, and she is in the Philippines, and she'll bring a perspective on youth in the Philippines. So Matt, I'm hoping you can now hear me, and I'm going to come to you first, if that's okay. Can you indicate if you can hear me, Matt? Okay, I now seem to have lost all audio. Matt, if you can hear me, I'd like to ask you, based on the significant investment that Google has recently made in Europe and its ongoing interest in media information literacy as a response to some of the challenges that I just outlined, what is Google's motivation in investing in this? I mean, what do you want individual users and communities who rely on Google's products for a variety of purposes to have in the way of defences to deal with some of these challenges? I can't hear Matt.
Yeah, so, sorry, Julie, you seem to only have Alice online so far. Maybe you can start a conversation with her while others are still joining in.
Sorry, Alice is with me?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, Alice is there. Maybe we can start with her because
Let's do that, Alice.
Yeah, please.
This
Sorry.
is Media and Information Literacy 101, making sure that the technology is working before you try to have a live, real-time conversation. But we're working through it together, which is how it should happen, collaborative responses. So, Alice, we didn't get to hear in detail, I need to take my earpiece out again due to the feedback, but we didn't hear in detail what was originally planned, which, as I understand it, was a discussion about a new framework within the UN Human Rights Committee dealing with media and information literacy and children specifically. I'm just wondering, from your point of view, and I hope you've had a chance to examine that process, which was the subject of that planned conversation, but that, as I understand it, is a process that mostly considers the dangers of the digital environment and places an emphasis on how to overcome some of those risks, rather than considering media and information literacy also as an empowerment tool to enable children to be heard, if you like. So can I get you to respond to that? Just from your point of view, how can media and information literacy not just protect and defend children's rights, but also enable them to be listened to?
Alice, just get your mic on. You cannot be heard.
So now we can't hear Alice. I'm sorry, everybody.
She might just unmute. I think she can be heard once that happens. No, we can't hear you still, Alice. Still we can't hear you. I don't know whether
How do you want to deal with this? Because I think we're going to have ongoing issues with the panelists. But so far I can hear the hosts on the floor, and I think they can hear me.
Yeah. No, we can.
For the sake of our audience, what shall we do?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
Alice, this is going to turn up as an instructional video, I'm sure, on YouTube at some point. But Alice, as I was saying,
Yes.
just so often the emphasis
I can hear your
is...
questions. Yeah.
So often this emphasis, just to bring everybody back up to date, is on defensive mechanisms rather than understanding media and information literacy also as an opportunity to enable children to be heard. So from your expert perspective, how do we balance those needs and requirements and opportunities?
Yeah, so media information literacy is important for young people in the digital age. In recent years, in the field of media studies, more media researchers examine the risks and opportunities of digital technologies in terms of children's rights. So we are moving further away from the protectionist approach and respect children and young people as the independent and key members of our society. The COVID-19 pandemic.
Go on, give us some examples around the COVID-19 pandemic. What did that illustrate for you?
Yeah, because the COVID-19 pandemic has further pushed our young people onto the internet, and their online engagement provides a good opportunity for them to experience new ways of learning and entertainment, but at the same time also expose them more to misinformation and online risks. Interestingly, at the same time, we can see the pandemic also put media information literacy under the spotlight. Many media education programs were launched around the globe, and it is because media information literacy can help to fulfill the children's rights in terms of protection and empowerment. So regarding protection, MIL educates our young people to protect their privacy, handle cyberbullying, verify fake news, and counter gender stereotyping. And more importantly, MIL can empower young people in a number of ways. Firstly, it empowers them as wise media users and producers. By learning media information literacy skills, young people can adopt a critical stance to information and images they receive, and they also use media to access useful information that will benefit their healthy development. Secondly, MIL enable young people to apply media information literacy wisely to make informed decisions and express their views. And thirdly, MIL empowers young people to become active citizens. MIL helps young people to develop a healthy habit of inquiry, and so they're able to safeguard social justice and build an inclusive knowledge society that will provide them future opportunities for progress. To me, the goal of MIL education is to achieve critical and reflexive autonomy. Young people will become independent thinkers and responsible citizens. In particular, I think empowering young people to be active community participants is very important. In my university, there is a media information literacy service learning program. The university students took a media course first, and then they were sent out to share their media information literacy knowledge with school children. And so after the service, they found out they have a stronger sense of belonging to the community. They found when they equipped with media information literacy, they not only knew how to better operate in the digital world themselves, but also be capable of contributing to society by helping other young people, to revise or adjust their online habits, handle cyberbullying, and verify information. So it is worthwhile designing more media and information literacy program to promote youth empowerment. So that's just my view.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for bringing that together and highlighting some of the ways in which collaborative efforts within media and information literacy programs can help extend the experiences of young people especially. And speaking of young people, we'll stay on that theme because we still have some technical issues going on in the background. But Patricia, if I can come to you next. So we've heard from Alice from an academic perspective, from a training perspective. You're on the ground in the Philippines, which is a country that I know a little bit about from working with Rappler, one of the digital news organisations there, which is run by Maria Ressa, who is, of course, the winner of the UNESCO World Press Freedom Prize this year. And they work with communities and young people and citizens, in fact, on media and information literacy programs. But that insight allows me to see that not only are there some incredibly innovative and creative approaches to MIL in the Philippines, but of course there are huge challenges connected to disinformation and freedom of expression restrictions that of course are very much bound up with this. So Patricia, from your experience, can you talk to us about what you are trying to do, particularly considering the almost 100% penetration of internet access, particularly in reference to social media use in the Philippines among young people?
Thank you so much, Julie. So I am Pat, Executive Director of Yabong Philippines, and I live in a country dubbed as the social media capital of the world with over 76 million active users on Facebook alone. That's almost 3/4 of the Philippine population. Imagine every profile with diverse stories, each with their own personality, biases, political stand, and religious perspective. However, this diversity is accompanied by a never-ending cycle of misinformation. Now that we rely so much on social media to know the latest news and events, false data and information can be easily shared without any credibility check. In this situation, the big part of it is dominated by the youth, and sadly, due to little to no knowledge about MIL, this demographic allows the proliferation of fake news and false headlines. Us in Yabong Philippines, we believe that it is our shared responsibility, especially the youth, to give the right information, but to also know to assess its credibility and navigate with our rights when using social media platforms. So, we exemplify that by embodying our three cornerstones, which are to think, embark, and create. So first is we think. As readers, writers, and mere audience, we need to develop critical thinking skills to assess whether or not the information we consume is credible. In Yabong, we teach youth participants to always think before they click. We do this by incorporating MIL into our programs. Before social distancing was a thing, we used to hold camps and mentorship programs that promote critical thinking skills. Pandemic or not, these programs taught us the power of youth-to-youth conversation as the best way to give awareness on our digital rights, encourage citizen participation on digital platforms, and include media and information competencies. Next is to embark. We need to encourage the youth to speak up for those who are voiceless, stand up against those who are oppressed, and spark change to those who are indifferent. This is done through digital campaigns that aim to reach as many communities as we can. One of them is about how to fight fake news entitled Spot the Fake, Stop the Fake. And lastly, create. From there, we can have a community where we can create dialogue and foster collaboration. These two things are quintessential in a culture of well-informed and responsible netizens. Having done these for years, we've seen how young people have utilized critical thinking skills in combating disinformation on social media sites. More and more have become more aware of the things that they share online through our workshops and projects that we started. I believe that if we continue to re-echo these initiatives, the youth can have the capacity to become change maker and game changers of media and information literacy.
Thanks very much. And if I could get a signal, please, from the people at UNESCO and in the control room about whether or not our other guests are available, or if I should continue to chat just with Alice and Patricia, which I'm very happy to do.
Yeah, so...
in the absence of any clarity, Alice, I'm going to come back to you. So just in terms of understanding, though, some of the risks that you highlighted, particularly in light of the pandemic, requiring many more young people to be online. And we've seen through reportage around the world that has increased the risks facing young people in terms of the weaponization of the internet. If we think about exposure to child trafficking, if we think about exposure to bullying and harassment, for example. These are issues that have been highlighted as potential risks with increased reliance on digital communications. Just in terms of your own expertise and in terms also of thinking about the ways in which children can enable freedom of expression to be extended through their online activities, how do you practically advise those, whether they're families or institutions whose children are more online as a necessity, to navigate some of those risks and challenges? Alice, I think you're muted.
Yes.
There you are.
In my city, we really put emphasis on family media education. Because, particularly during the pandemic, the screen times of the young people dramatically increased, right? And according to some survey, in Hong Kong, our young people, spend at least uh, 8 to 10 hours online, using their mobile phone. And most of the time they stayed on social media. So for many people, for many parents, they're really concerned about this. So for many social workers, in Hong Kong, and also media educators, we put forward some programs called digital detox. That means we just recruit young people together, and then have them how to try to decrease the time on cut their screen time, and then we give them, for the NGO, they give them some coupons. If you cut some hours screen time, and then you can get coupon to access to our activities, or listen to our concert, free, so that we can encourage them, to do it. And also for the parents, we have to advise them, they really need to supervise, their young people at the young age. Yeah, because we cannot treat the young people, as one homogeneous group. Because for the child in the primary schools, they just go to YouTube, to have fun, and then they just chat with each other. But at that time, they still listen to their parents, That is the golden opportunities, for the parents to talk to them and to give them guidelines. But when those students, move from primary school to secondary schools, they think they already grow up, and they do not want to have a chat, with their parents. They just want to go to the social media by themselves, and to make new friends, because they are moving from a new school, from a primary school to a new secondary school, right? They want to make new friends. At that time, they spend a lot of time. And so that at that time, the teachers as well as the social workers have a lot of work to do. They have to guide them and provide them more media information literacy program, so that they can use the social media wisely and healthily.
And that obviously includes awareness around freedom of expression rights and the risks to children using the open web in states where, for example, there are significant restrictions on freedom of expression as well. So I'll come to you next, Patricia. I imagine that in the context of the Philippines situation, which again Maria Ressa outlined for us very eloquently yesterday when she received the World Press Freedom Prize, this is a really significant challenge to empower young people in a country like the Philippines, where there is such significant viral disinformation, but where the consequences for speech can actually be quite severe, and that is true also of other countries around the world. How do you try to empower young people that you work with, specifically in a context like that, not just to understand and navigate disinformation, but to protect themselves from becoming victims of, the weaponization of the internet?
Ever since we started shifting from the traditional learning to the digital platform, a lot of young individuals, children specifically, have resulted to using social media. Even those who are not on the right age, like for example, 13 is the allowable age where an individual can create social media profile. So this has created a lot of difficulties for people, for even government to monitor and create safe spaces for these people. However, the Department of Education in the Philippines has promoted this during the start of shift from traditional to digital learning system. So us in Yabong Philippines, we participated in this campaign through online workshops and projects. We have conducted webinars that equip students from public schools on how to spot fake news and how to practice responsible netizenship. For this year, we are organizing a nationwide project with the Department of Education and have student leaders as the participant for our Promoting MIL workshop. those are just some of the few things that we do. So we really believe on grassroots initiatives and really delving more into what the youth wants and how can we make them feel that they are important actors in media information literacy.
Okay, great. Just finally, we've got about 4 minutes left before they're going to move to the next segment. And we've had a chance to speak more at length than we might otherwise have done. But the people who are missing from this conversation are those who are going to represent a major international news organisation on the one hand and a major tech giant on the other. So can I get you both to wrap up with a minute or so each, reflecting on what you would like to see both big tech, particularly the social networks, and also intergovernmental organisations like UNESCO, for example. What would you like to see happen as initiated by those actors in this situation to respond to the challenges you're dealing with on the ground? Starting with you, Patricia.
I think in order for us to create a credible and safe information space, we need to involve everyone, stakeholders, content creators, and even the government to promote media information literacy. To create that, I think we need to do two things. First is to strike conversation, and second is to promote collaborations with them. These two things are quintessential ways to produce a safe and credible information space. And for us, it is partly, it lies on us as an MIL advocates. We need to be the beacon of hope in torchbearer of media information literacy to create the conversation and foster collaboration. That is the only way for us to resolve the problems that Miss Alice and I, the things that we have mentioned in this conversation.
Okay, thanks so much, Patricia. And Alice, the final words to you. What initiatives would you like to see from either states or intergovernmental organisations, and in particular from the platforms?
I think it is very important for UNESCO and also international organizations to conduct more research, particularly regarding regional situations, because for MIL is dealing with information, dealing with media, and for those areas it is very cultural specific. So, and also, in different regions, we have different social media systems, and also we have at a different level of technological development. So we have to conduct research, to understand those situations, and then collaborate with regional academics, researchers, and educators, so that we can put forward more, sound, policies. Yeah, and then practical activities, to promote, media information literacy.
Okay, thank you so much, Alice. And I'd just like to say a special thanks to Matt Britton from Google and Eric Valmier from Radio France, who tried valiantly to connect, but there are some major technical difficulties going on in the background. Nevertheless, thank you so much, Patricia Lucena and Professor Alice Lee. And I'm going to hand back to the floor now. I hope to be back with you at the end of this session with some further insights into some research that I've done with colleagues from the University of Sheffield around responding to disinformation, including through media and information literacy.
Thank you so much, Julie. Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Patricia. Also, we didn't really, as I say, miss anybody else because that was a great discussion. So thank you all for girding your loins and giving us a really good discussion on the topic. I'm handing back to Toivo to introduce Guy. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Gwen, and thank you to our very lively panelists there. We wish we had all participants in, but I think the ladies did great justice to this conversation. Now, I have the pleasure of introducing Professor Guy Berger. He is the Director for Freedom of Expression and Media Development at UNESCO, and he's been very much involved in the preparations for this important event. He will now moderate our next 4 segments: country dialogues, UNESCO's media and information literacy curriculum, the UN system, and then of course have a further panel. I will hand over to Professor to introduce his guests.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much, our distinguished champions, Toivo Njebela and Gwen Lister. Welcome everybody here in Windhoek, Namibia. Welcome those online, and happy World Press Freedom Day to you. What a day to celebrate. 30th anniversary of the birth of this day right here in Namibia. Well, I've got lots of goodies to provide you, interesting discussions coming up. And the first thing I'm going to introduce is a big initiative at UNESCO to produce a curriculum that guides the training of teachers, but anybody else who's interested, about how to do media and information literacy. Of course, I think you all know that press freedom is the freedom for everybody to express themselves publicly. It's not only for journalists, but journalists, of course, need it the most, or perhaps not the most. Journalists use it all the time. When we speak about media information literacy, it's got to include press freedom, that the public need to know they have the right to express themselves, and they need to know the importance of other people having that right. And so media and information literacy is really important to this question of press freedom. And if you want information as a public good, you need media and information literacy as a public good. Okay, let's roll with this video showing you the UNESCO curriculum that was launched very recently.
Welcome to the international launch of the Media and Information Literacy Curriculum for Educators and Learners, organized by the Ministry of Culture and Media of Republic of Serbia and UNESCO, with support of European Commission and Sweden.
Media and information literacy has the potential to empower citizens with the necessary competencies to address key issues of our time.
That is why the launch of our curriculum for educators and learners, Think Critically, Click Wisely, is so important. Sophisticated and intrusive algorithms have emerged, along with deepfakes and other digital illusions. It was therefore essential to launch a new curriculum in response to these new challenges. This curriculum will address new issues like privacy, data protection, and digital citizenship, while expanding its focus on areas such as artificial intelligence and hate speech. UNESCO will work with relevant authorities to make this possible, as well as with educators who play, as always, a crucial role. As we rely on pedagogy to end hate speech, disinformation and other abuses in the digital world, we're crafting humanistic solutions to respond to the challenges of the 21st century.
The COVID-19 pandemic increased both the good and the bad in the communication ecology. Therefore, we need effective development interventions that can help people to benefit more from the good and at the same time self-protect from and minimize the impact of the bad. What is Serbia's contribution to media literacy and what challenges pandemics brought? We will hear from Prime Minister of Serbia, Mrs. Ana Brnabić, who is joining us now.
This curriculum is designed to provide individuals and educators with the tools to gain information, media and digital competencies in order to be truly able to interpret and evaluate content, promoting media and information literacy as a foundation to live by. We are very, very proud to be able to host this conference, to work with the UNESCO team, and also to show somewhat of a leadership role in this important topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Prime Minister. This was Prime Minister of Serbia, Mrs. Ana Brnabić. Media and information literacy is a sustainable way to empower everyone with competencies to better navigate the information superhighway. I would kindly invite Mrs. Vera Jourova, Vice President and Commissioner of the European Commission, to share her views on this matter.
As it was noted, the digital revolution brought tremendous changes into our lives in the ways we communicate and we conduct business and do politics even. It is crucial to support educators and learners, especially in this very difficult period, so that everyone is equipped to assess critically the content that they receive and share, in other words, to think before they click.
When digital technology is becoming more important and you have discussions of fake news or alternative facts in the social media and beyond, on such sensitive issues as COVID-19 vaccines, genocide ideology, hate speech, gender-based criminal acts, etc., it's very important than ever to work on such a curriculum.
Why is the implementation of basic standards in this area so important?
Education today has the responsibility to give every learner the capacity to be responsible and to be responsible digital citizens. They need the tools, they need the practice, they need the right training in order they can be well equipped to help students fast check information, research opposing and diverse opinions.
How can Serbia link its experience and knowledge with what UNESCO is proposing? What is the idea?
We are partners and supporters, and with clear commitment to do something to decrease what I call internet pollution, verbal pollution of the digital space. And what Serbia wants to do is let's do something and decrease that pollution. Let's do it with the MICT tool that is education.
Please be reminded where you may look for the curriculum. You can see the address on the page. Thank you for watching us.
Okay, that was a video recording the launch very recently of the new UNESCO curriculum for MIL. You know, there's a project that I came across, it's called SMILE, Smile. Well, you can smile if you look at this particular curriculum. Please look at the UNESCO website. Now, let's move on because time is pushing us. I've got two people here, one right in the floor with me. I'm very pleased to introduce you to Lizette Ferris, who's a project manager and trainer for the DW Academy in MIL. And she's right here in Namibia, a veteran, as young as she is, of teaching MIL. She created a part of the founding team of the Media and Information Literacy Learning Initiative, MILI. Over the past 5 years, MILI has reached more than 2,000 young people, 5 African countries. And I hope that online we've got Shireen Nanish. Shireen, can we cross to you? It looks like we will have Shireen, according to our tech people. I don't see her yet. Let me introduce her, and I hope that we can get her. Ah, there she is. Excellent. Shireen, thank you for joining us. You're based in Jordan. You're the regional coordinator of UNESCO's Global MIL Alliance, the Youth Committee, and you work with the BBC. You're also the first winner of the Thompson Foundation Journalism Team Now Challenge for reporting on critical youth issues. I've just got 2 questions for the two of you. Let's start with you, Shireen, and I hope we can get the audio connected. Shireen, who needs MIL most in your country and who delivers it in Jordan? We're not hearing you at the moment here in Windhoek. Just check
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please, go ahead. So, who needs MIL most in Jordan and who's supplying that need?
Thank you, Professor, for this interesting introduction. I first want to say that I really wanted to be there with you in Windhoek during this special day, but I had COVID-only days before traveling. But I feel much better now, so I'm happy to be here with you online, and I hope everyone is staying safe. If I'm to speak about the youth situation in my country, Jordan, I think it also reflects on the majority of the Arab countries that share many commonalities. This is what I can see through my discussions with media professionals across the region. I believe we should strengthen the youth participation in male-related activities as they are an important segment of the society. Young people in the Arab region want to share their stories and own their narrative, especially that a big part of the mainstream media in the region is characterized by political polarization. And they want their voices to be heard. That's why we see that citizen journalism, which is, I think, important to creating a democratic media culture, was on the rise during the Arab revolutions and arguably is still. So youth went to social media platforms for this purpose, for the democratization of expression and the diversification of public discourse, because social media acts, supposedly as an equalizer. Everyone's voice could be shared and heard on these platforms. But then the new generation of youngsters and journalists were hit by the reality, and that is these platforms are changing. These platforms are now censoring what can be shared through the management of data algorithms, which is not necessarily a bad thing. On the contrary, it is something that is essential. However, the problem lies in the extent and ways in which censorship is practiced. Censorship sometimes violates freedom of expression. That's why young people need to be equipped with male knowledge and tools in order to be informed and empowered. Young people need to learn that these platforms could be used to setting the public agenda, and these platforms, sometimes could exacerbate polarization and are not always a safe place to be, and they have to be dealt with wisely. Also, these platforms could be influenced by governments, and like many human rights activists and reports indicate, they can silence the voices of some groups over others if we're not being able to use these platforms in the right way. So I think awareness is key.
Thank you, Shireen. Thank you for that. Let me ask Lizette the same question. Who needs MIL most in Namibia? Who supplies it, and what's the issue? What are the issues? Also social media, I guess.
Thanks, Guy. I agree a lot with what Shirina said. Definitely also the youth population here in Namibia requires it a lot for the similar reasons, but also because in COVID-19 a lot of people were forced online. So obviously we have low-cost smartphones, we have low-cost data that enables a lot of wider access. What we found in Namibia though is that the more rural, the less digitalized. So there's still a lot of our rural youth who don't necessarily have access to these digital platforms and definitely don't have the skills. I think people who deliver MIL education, of course, along with DW Academy and MILI, is also UNESCO through training teachers here in Namibia, and that then reaches the learners at schools. One of the gap areas that we found is involving teachers and more practically out of school systems, but also looking at parents, for example, because we found that younger people are accessing online platforms, and so through their parents we can reach them at home on the smartphone of the parents. So we're looking at how do the stakeholders in MIL in Namibia come together and address that challenge, and working with civil society in particular to bring awareness. Some of the issues that we still find very prevalent in Namibia is cyberbullying, of course reaching the younger population, but also a lot of dis and malinformation that's being spread. We have a lot of criminal cases recently where people spread false information and they were actually fined. So it's a criminal offense in Namibia during the state of emergency. And also we have seen an increase in hate speech cases, particularly with an example of 3 teachers who committed hate speech online and they actually lost their jobs. So of course these are quite sort of relevant but profound examples about the impact that the lack of MIL actually have on an individual, but also on the society at large.
Thank you so much. So indeed, freedom of expression is not freedom to cyberbully or to malign people or to, spread false information about COVID medication and vaccination. So it's interesting that you say that MIL is key there. Let me stay with you, and I'm going to ask you the last question. 1 minute, please, just because of time. You, as civil society, you look around and you see it's an all of society issue that everybody needs to promote MIL. But what would you say to the government and the policymakers in Namibia? What is the one thing they could do to make a difference Is it funding? Is it the school system? What is it? Is it their own example? What do you think?
Yeah, I think we need to nationalize it. You know, we need to put it into our national development plans. We need to strengthen the efforts that are there at school level. Obviously, when you train MIL, you need practical, you need internet, you need computers, you need smartphones. So those are all the investments that is required to really make it a hands-on, interactive, lifelong learning experience. MIL and the digital space changes so often that there's no one shoe-fits-all approach. It's not a standardized approach. It has to be individualized and also really look at how do we address the needs of the rural people, especially when we still look at traditional media and radio being one of the most accessed platforms. How do we get people to access, analyze, create, reflect, and act on the media and create their own and so have a voice in the wider landscape?
Thank you. And indeed, I think you put out a challenge there to the media in your country, including radio, themselves to start delivering MIL. So let's go to Shireen for 1 minute. Last word, Shireen. Please tell us what in Jordan what would your advice be to your policymakers to advance MIL on the ground?
Yeah, so I think the local organization should be conducting, should be conducting more media and information literacy training programs for young people. The training can cover MIL concepts and skills like understanding social media, news literacy, and digital media. You know, when young people are media literate, they can express their opinions through powerful storytelling techniques, and they can influence also policymakers and decision makers in their region. So I believe in Jordan, there has to be some sort of training for young people, even in schools. And the government is kind of trying to do this right now, but I think a lot of effort should be, put into that. And I think also that, when it comes also to young journalists in Jordan, young journalists in Jordan have a high social media exposure, yet they lack the ability to identify, for instance, fake news or the experience, and awareness required to deal with these media platforms. So that's why I think that it's important to build capacities of youth on their understanding of policy and advocacy mechanism in the field of MIL. This makes, media and information literacy an inevitable and necessary response to the real and current situation. We cannot just, choose not to include it in the equation.
Thank you, the two of you. I'm sorry we have to move on, but policymakers, please listen to these voices. We're going to move to a new segment now, which is the UN system and MIL. And I'm very pleased to introduce a video message from Her Excellency Amal Moudalali, who's the permanent representative of Lebanon to the United Nations General Assembly in New York. She is going to give us a message about an exciting development that took place recently in New York at the UN General Assembly. Can we play the video? We seem to have an issue with the audio here in Windhoek. Let's see if we can get that going. I can also set up, just while we're waiting, that the speaker after this will be Ms. Zanda Grauze, who is Latvia's Deputy Permanent Delegate to UNESCO in Paris. So we have two diplomatic representatives, one to New York, who we hope we can get the audio from, and then we have a live direct connection, we hope, with Ms. Zanda Grauze from Latvia. Okay, I'm getting signals that it's all good. So let's go to the message from New York.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to thank UNESCO for the invitation to participate at today's World Press Freedom Conference and to thank the government of Namibia for co-hosting this event of utmost importance. It's my greatest honor to be able to speak at this conference because before assuming my role here at the United Nations as permanent representative, I was a journalist and a foreign correspondent. Dear friends, at the United Nations, the topic of journalism and the freedom of the press is one of Lebanon's top priorities, and my country is therefore an active member of the group of friends of the protection of journalists. Just today, the group in New York, along together with the group of friends in Vienna, Geneva, Paris, and Strasbourg, have issued a joint statement on the occasion of the World Press Freedom Day, and we proudly, of course, joined it. The pandemic that ravaged the world and created another pandemic of misinformation made information and the role of media not only a matter of freedom of the press and expression, it made it a matter of life and death. We saw that last year the information or misinformation could kill. Hence, the key theme we are focusing on in this discussion, media and information literacy, is of particular relevance in the context of this pandemic that we are still navigating through. As you all witnessed last year, the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic was accompanied by a tsunami of misinformation and the deliberate creation and circulation of false or manipulated information relating to the pandemic and to vaccines, which made the challenge of containing the pandemic much harder. One of the lessons COVID-19 has taught us, or rather reminded us, was that the crucial necessity of informing people with facts, educating them accurately with trustworthy sources, and making sure they are not misled by disinformation and fake news. This goal can only be reached by promoting information and media literacy, critical thinking, public trust in science, facts, and independent media, safeguarding the freedom of expression, freedom of the press, and promoting the highest ethics and standards of the press, and ensuring the protection of journalists and media workers. Lebanon was proud to be one of the core group members who initiated the cross-regional statement on infodemic in the context of COVID-19, endorsed by 130 countries and 2 observer members. With the recent adoption by consensus of Resolution 75/267, Global Media and Information Literacy Week, which Lebanon was one of its early core group supporters and sponsors with Jamaica, the General Assembly sent a strong and unified message on the need for all to address the challenges of disinformation and misinformation. The adoption of this action-oriented resolution is an important step that must now be put into action with the involvement of all, from member states to international, regional, and civil society organizations. On March 26, the political declaration on equitable global access to COVID-19 vaccines, initiated by Lebanon and supported by 182 UN delegations, was launched in an informal meeting of the General Assembly. In it, we committed to addressing misinformation surrounding vaccination. Dear friends, in the modern digital era, with the spread of information across the internet, individuals must be able to recognize whether the information is true or false. Education is key. We need to educate people of all ages. As we mark the 30th anniversary of the landmark Windhoek Declaration for the development of a free, independent, and pluralistic press, I would like to end my intervention by first paying tribute to all journalists and media workers all over the world, especially the Lebanese, and thank them for contributing to making everyday information a public good. Second, to raise an alarm that freedom of the press and free speech are under attack around the world today more than ever. There is a slide back on freedoms, and some people are using the pandemic and other excuses to crack down on people's right to speak out. We need to stand up and defend the freedom of every woman and man, the freedom of every media outlet, including social media, to speak out whether we agree with them or not. If we silence the press, we draw a curtain on the truth, and democracy dies in the dark, as a prominent paper here reminds us every day. I thank you.
Wonderful. We have that message hot from New York about this resolution, which proclaims the last week of October as the Global MIL Week. And it calls on all states and other stakeholders to use that week to promote media and information literacy. Now, we're going to hear a bit more about that and also about UNESCO's work and particularly the role of another country in MIL. So can we see if we can bring in Zander Grace, who is the Deputy Permanent Representative of Latvia to UNESCO. Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Good morning.
Perfect. We have a connection. Super to see you. Could you tell us about Latvia's experience in this? Because we know that you were the kind hosts of World Press Freedom Day, what was it, 4 years ago, and then you also have been co-hosts of the Global MIL Week. Why does Latvia take these things so seriously, and what do you do?
Good morning, distinguished participants. Good morning, dear Guy, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank, first of all, UNESCO Secretariat for the invitation to address this distinguished forum, and also to thank the host country, Namibia, for all their efforts to organize this very important event. I'm particularly happy that my country, Latvia, can contribute to this joint effort of media and information literacy. Latvia's engagement in adoption of the UN resolution on the Global Media and Information Literacy Week was a logical development of undertaken activities over the last decade. In 2014, Latvia hosted the second European Forum on MIL, supported by the European Commission and UNESCO. That resulted in Riga recommendation on media and information literacy in a shifting media and information landscape, and laid the foundation for an internationally recognized Global MIL Week. This recommendation also called on UNESCO in 2014 to initiate consultation necessary for the tabling of a resolution for an internationally recognized and official Global MIL Week. In 2018, we co-hosted the Global MIL Week, which led to UNESCO Global MIL Cities framework. Latvia was able to pull out these high-level events thanks to practical experience in ensuring the high level of awareness about the risks of disinformation, efficient and well-coordinated government communications, trust in independent media. This required concentrated efforts of the governmental institutions, the civil society and the private sector alike. All these partners, including the media organizations, are engaging in a variety of innovative media literacy projects, including outreach to schools, children books, and media literacy games for the young generation. Paying attention to the quality of the public service media was another contributing factor. I am particularly pleased to note that we were able to establish the UNESCO Chair on Media and Information Literacy in the University of Latvia, and another university already submitted its application to establish similar chair. Our efforts in building the information resilience came first as a response to decades-long disinformation campaign reached out against the Baltic states and allowed us to face the challenge of COVID-19 related infodemia with certain confidence. So that's the story. Thank you, Guy.
Thank you very much. So just in one quick word, your country has been a champion at UNESCO and at New York for this Global MIL Week. So last year, UNESCO member states agreed it, and this year the states in New York agreed it. And so what will you do this coming October in your country to, I suppose, to celebrate, commemorate, promote this Global MIL Week?
The adoption of this resolution is one, I would say, quite a rare case, is when the entire world is united behind the same idea. One would ask where from that unanimity comes. And there is a common understanding of both urgency and gravity of the challenge that our civilization is facing. Words do kill. As the Reporters Without Borders duly noted, media literacy is the best vaccine against the disinformation. Let me just draw another simple parallel. To ensure the road safety, you need reliable traffic code, clear street layout, and last but not least, people need to know how to drive. And as the UN Economic Commission for Europe is behind the road safety awareness, the work of UNESCO is our inspiration in the matters of information awareness. So what we will do this autumn, we will work a lot with schools and universities to teach people, to let them think critically and be a very well-educated citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Well, that is very interesting to hear from two diplomats in two UN organizations, and that ends that segment of the UN system. We seem to have some issues connecting to two people for the next segment, so I think we're going to jump ahead a bit, and we will come back to Julie Possetti. And then if we have time, we can see if we can have the connections with the two other guests. So Julie Possetti, who you saw earlier, she was author of a study called The Balancing Act, which UNESCO did for the ITU and UNESCO-convened Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development. And that study has a lot about MIL. Julie, can we connect to you?
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Indeed we can, absolutely.
I can't hear you, so I'm not sure if we are connected.
Yes.
Oh, now I can hear myself in feedback.
Okay.
All right. Thanks very much, Guy. Yes, I've done a bit of work for UNESCO over the past 6 or 7 years, including focusing on disinformation and journalism and the nexus of disinformation and journalism with freedom of expression. And the Balancing Act is one of the books that we've published about that. I'm told that the team in Windhoek is going to screen the slideshow. Can I get an indication of that? Because I can't see the slides at this point. And I do want to walk you through some data.
Yes.
But just while they hopefully get that sorted, I mean, I did want to make the point that media and information literacy is not a standalone information. And, you know, we have to understand that we're dealing with online toxicity and digital hate at scales that have never been seen before. And some of the complicating factors are that these problems are instigated and fueled by political actors, including states, but also facilitated and enabled by the platforms. So I do think we need to emphasise that media and information literacy, the set of tools that allow citizens to more safely and effectively use the extraordinary benefits of the internet, need to be understood as simply one of the defensive mechanisms. So, for example, we can't have a situation where states are trying to justify responses in terms only of empowering citizens, when in fact, you know, political actors themselves are instigating some of the hostility and difficulties that we're trying to address. And the same is true of the platforms spending large amounts of money, which we welcome very much in terms of strengthening media and information literacy, but in parallel, they really do need to be addressing some of the core design failures of their systems that enable and allow the problems that we're currently talking about. So I just wanted to make those 2 points up front, and that is the sort of substance of the title of this short presentation. The book you can see the screen grab of on the right there, Balancing Act, Countering Digital Disinformation While Respecting Freedom of Expression, was published late last year by UNESCO and the ITU, and it was co-edited by my colleague at the University of Sheffield, Professor Kalina Boncheva. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this slide actually addresses the point I just made, and this refers to a publication that UNESCO released for World Press Freedom Day called The Chilling. It looks at the global scourge of online violence against women journalists and highlights the problems of viral disinformation and networked misogyny, along with hate speech that's occurring at scale on these platforms. And it really does demonstrate, I think, quite powerfully the need to address the other concerns that I just raised in parallel with media and information literacy. So I just wanted to provide that context, that women journalists are feeling very unsafe on social media platforms because of the large-scale attacks they're experiencing, and their audiences, those people we target through media and information literacy, are also caught up and frequently targeted themselves when they raise their voices and try to participate. So if we can go to the next slide, let's dig into some of the themes of the Balancing Act book. Now this set of guidelines here from the UN's Africa Renewal Programme. So their suggestion, and we feature this in the book, their suggestion is that responses, particularly at the state level, to disinformation should be based on freedom of expression, the notions of freedom of the press, and the practice of high ethical standards, along with an emphasis on journalism safety and, critically, promotion of media information literacy, which of course is directly linked to some of the challenges we have that have been so well highlighted by this pandemic with regard to public trust in health information, in science, in facts, and in independent critical journalism. And to the next slide, please. So what we did was, as part of this very large study, and it's free to download, and hopefully Guy or somebody in the UNESCO team can pop the link to the report in the chat, but we examined disinformation responses from the point of view of the responders, if you like, so the methods of the response. And we broke these up ultimately into 11 types of response that were categorized in 4 different buckets. And the one, at least at my right on the screen, responses aimed at the target audiences of disinformation campaigns, is the relevant one with regard to media and information literacy. It also addresses questions about ethical and normative responses, which are tied up very much with MIL, and credibility labelling and labouring as well, credibility labelling and audience empowerment. And if we can move to the next slide again, please. Right, so as part of the study, we came up with a new acronym, because what is MIL without an additional set of acronyms, called I Am It. And I think this highlights the point that each of us has an individual responsibility and a need for maximal capacity to deal with the challenges that we've just talked about, regardless of the role of these other actors that we need to take into account. So this is what the acronym stands for. Instigators of disinformation, agents of disinformation, the messages associated with disinformation, the intermediaries, so they would be largely the platforms, and the targets and interpreters of disinformation, so journalists and audiences in focus there, specifically relevant to MIL. And moving to the next slide. So if we think of media and information literacy as a public good, we need to think creatively about how we respond to the challenges that we've heard outlined this morning. And we made actually over 100 recommendations in this vast report, but let me just distill those for you at a top line level with reference to media and information literacy. So it's vitally important that political actors actively reject the peddling of disinformation, and that incorporates the use of disinformation as a tactic in hate speech exercises, targeting journalists, especially women journalists, targeting vulnerable members of communities in an effort to spread malignancy through the information ecosystem. That is something we can't deny. We need states to be funding independent critical journalism alongside media and information literacy, and we make a range of recommendations about the need to blend these efforts with research, particularly around the ways in which individuals experience disinformation online and how they respond to it, so we can better understand the motivations and habits of those people who are targeted within audiences. but also collaborative efforts between journalism, educators, researchers, and UN agencies like UNESCO, for example, in trying to address these problems. Vitally important, because we've seen this happen prolifically during the pandemic, and that is whether ill-intentioned or not, effective criminalisation of journalism and other acts of public interest information sharing in the context of dealing with disinformation through so-called fake news laws.
Julie,
mindful
hello,
of
Julie.
dealing with that. Sorry, hello? Yes, I
Yes,
can now hear
Julie
you.
Geiger from Windhoek. I'm sorry, could you wrap up, because we're going to have to move to the next session, so I apologize for this, but if you could just give us your final 30 seconds.
Sure, if we can just go to the next slide, please, and I'll wrap up. So absorb some of those points on the screen there with regard to the platforms, and this underlines some of the points I've been making as well. Ensuring that the public interest, fact-based information, including independent journalism, can be better surfaced, and addressing the algorithmic challenges associated with that, I think, is very important. If I can just get you to go to the very last slide, and I'll wrap up by suggesting that people access these resources. I know in many countries and curricula around the world, the Journalism, Fake News and Disinformation book is being used, and there is a section in there about media information literacy specifically, but it is all about trying to empower citizens and journalists to deal with these challenges, and it's now in 43 odd languages, I think, free to download again. So thanks for bearing with us. I hope you've had some sort of insight into the Balancing Act book, and that you'll be encouraged to download that and dive into some of the recommendations in more detail.
Julie Posetti, thank you so much for summarizing the highlights. It's a really rich resource, especially if you're interested in MIL, so please do look at that. That brings us to the end of MIL as a fundamental precondition for information as a public good, alongside the viability of media and alongside the transparency of internet platforms. As you know, those are the three sub-themes of this year's Windhoek 30th Anniversary World Press Freedom Conference. So back to our distinguished MCs to just introduce the next section. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guy, for moderating that very important session, and very good news about a Media Information Literacy Week. And again, I urge everybody to definitely get a hold of that publication. It's absolutely, as Guy said, rich, a very rich resource, and very important in the times we're in. We're now going into the next panel or session, which is Voices from the Regions. And I welcome everybody back. This session obviously has to do with the regional forums that have been having discussions over the past few days, all related to this conference and the issues that we are dealing with. But before we get to that point, we're going to have two special guests. And I'm going to start with the first, and I'm going to hope that there are no technical glitches, but let's hope for the best. It's really an honor to have back at the World Press Freedom Conference a person who has participated in many of its past editions. Before as an NGO representative, then as UN Special Rapporteur, but this time she is joining as the recently appointed Secretary General of Amnesty International, and that is Agnes Callamard. She will be interviewed by Geneva-based Brazilian journalist who is specializing in human rights, Mr. Jamil Shad. So I'm hoping we have them on the line, and any luck? Because Thanks for the insert. Let us see if we have Agnes and Jamil. If we can get an indication from the technical team. If not, we can move on to Alain Modou. No? Okay. Apparently they just need a few seconds just to get that up and going. So, Toivo, one of the critical things about this conference is obviously regional voices. You know, they've been meeting, as you saw on the screen now. The offshoots of the Windhoek Declaration, if you like, were declarations in other parts of the world, as we've both spoken about in recent weeks. And obviously, those groups have got together again and put their input into this conference. What are you expecting to hear from the regions when they report back shortly?
Yeah, no, thank you, Gwen. I think what is critical is that there is variety in you know, the demographics of events as they relate to media differ in different regions also.
Absolutely.
So when people share experiences from their respective regions and then we try to find, to harmonize these views into one, I think it's a beautiful thing, because what you want at the end of the day is to have some sort of global consensus on these issues.
Absolutely, and as I say, the more people who are involved in crafting, for example, the Windhoek Plus 30 declaration, which is going to emanate from this conference, the better. It wouldn't be very nice if it was just the conference participants here present, but in fact there's been a consultative process going on around the globe. So we look forward to seeing the outcome of that, put it that way.
Thank you, Gwen. I'm told we can proceed now.
Thank you very much, Toivo. And hopefully now we can get Agnes and we can get Jamil online. There we go. We have greetings, Agnes, greetings, Jamil. I have just introduced you, Agnes, and also Jamil, who's going to interview you, and we look forward to that. Jamil, you have 15 minutes, please, for this. Thank you so much. Take it away.
Thank you all. Cheers from Geneva, from the Human Rights Council. Ms. Kalamar, thank you for being with us. We are 9 years from 2030. Social realities suffered an important blow with the impact of the pandemic. And we found out the fragility of access to information. How do institutions such as Amnesty look to the future in terms of challenges, and how would they use mechanisms already established, such as the SDGs and the UPR, to promote and achieve concrete results on issues such as press freedom, freedom of expression, and access to information? Over to you, Ms. Kalman.
Thank you very much, Jamil, and hello everybody from London. It's a pleasure to be joining you. As many of you know, I've been an avid participant to World Press Freedom Day, organized by UNESCO. So it's a real pleasure to be digitally present in Namibia. Thank you very much, Jamil, for your question. The pandemic has highlighted and exacerbated inequality, and it demonstrated that many violations are actually hardwired into the governance system of the planet and into the governance system of many countries. Years of lack of investment, of neglect, of disregard for fundamental freedom, of neglect into fundamental issues such as health, have led us, frankly, to our knees in 2020, led the world to 3 million dead and rising, as both your country, Brazil, and India in particular, but not only, have shown. The pandemic has taken place in a context that was already very complex. We know that we are confronting climate change, which has an existentialist impact on many people around the world. We are also in the context of reshaping of the international system with global powers vying for supremacy, in particular the United States, China, but also Russia. And in that context, freedom of expression, freedom of information has become an important tool for any of those fights and any of those challenges, but particularly in the way countries are trying to position themselves vis-à-vis those key challenges. During the pandemic, Amnesty International and others have demonstrated that governments around the world have violated freedom of expression, have prevented crucial information from reaching us, including on the origin at the beginning of the crisis in China. Media workers, but also health workers have been targeted for spreading the news about the pandemic. I'm saying all of that because I think we need to be acutely aware that this is not business as usual. We are not in a context of 10 years ago. We are confronting a range of challenges which on their own, just one on their own, will be incredibly tough for civil society and for press freedom activists. But imagine that we have, 10 long-term or medium-term, such as climate change, the reshaping of the international system, inequality that is, hardwired into everything, economic dogma that has largely precipitated some of the worst impact of the pandemic. So how do we fight back? Of course, we need to rely on the existing instrument, the SDGs, the UPR, Goal 16, Target 10, and we will be there, Amnesty International, and I know many of you, on the front line to ensure that people understand that press freedom, freedom of expression is essential to the realization of all the SDGs, because without information, you don't have health. Without information, you don't have women's education. Without expression, you don't have development. We will be there to fight for Target 10 with investigation, with data collection, with benchmarking. But I think we need to be very aware of the fact that this will not be sufficient. And the challenge to us as an international community of people committed to press freedom is that we'll have to create new instruments and new tools. We can't rely on SDG, UPR, and others to protect press freedom because the challenges are far too multiple and far too deep to be solely, attacked by our SDG and UPR tools. So I think the challenge is on us to go beyond these ones. The challenge is on us, and maybe this is something that is coming out of that conference. We need to think beyond that. We need to be aware, in my view, that at many levels, the system needs to be reset. The system needs to be rebooted. We are beyond repairs, because if we stick to a repair model, we won't be able to tackle the challenges, the current one, but the bigger one that are coming up.
Yes, indeed, Ms. Calamar, the challenges are absolutely enormous. Now, COVID-19 was a cautionary tale on the dangers a society may face when information is denied, manipulated, or censored. Since our theme this year is information as public good, how do you see the concrete links between press freedom and those rights that you just mentioned, right to health, right to life, right to development? How do you see these links happening?
Your question reminds me of, my colleagues at UNESCO will tell me. We met in Mozambique, several years back to discuss exactly that issue, the relationship between development and access to information. There were really great panels and discussion. And I'm making that reference because it means that the issue is not new. We all remember the work by Amartya Sen on famine and press freedom. And in fact, he probably is absolutely gutted by what's happening right now in India. We remember Chernobyl and how access to information, the violation of it, had, incredible repercussions on people, and continue to this day. In fact, any environmental crisis that resulted into some legal development at international level around environment and access to information. I know that for many women around the world, information is key for the realization of their sexual and reproductive health. In fact, for many men as well around the world, access to information on when and how to have abortion, access to information on ways to limit reproduction. I mean, all of those things are about women taking charge of their sexuality, and information is key. So again, I'm going to go back to what I've said earlier. There are new dimensions to that problem, so to these links. It's not a problem, it's a clear links. What are the new dimensions? The first one is that throughout the pandemic and a little bit earlier than that, government chose to reject medical science. Some head of state chose to reject the information that was publicly available around how to fight back the pandemic. And by so doing, they killed their citizen. Government chose to refuse to disclose the number of deaths. Yes, it is not new, but it's happening right in front of our eyes. Suppression of key information that would allow the world to fight back the pandemic. And here I'm choosing to name China, but the refusal to disclose the number of deaths is a global problem. So we have, in fact, a coalition of governments that are prepared to withdraw crucial information in the name of their reputation, frankly, or elections, crucial information that will save us, particularly people in the most disadvantaged communities, that could save us, save them from death. To me, that is a new dimension that we are confronting at the moment. It is the global nature of the attempt by government to control information, even when they know that this information could save thousands and millions. Information such as that is embedded in the vaccination. And here I want to refer to intellectual property right, which I know is a controversial issue. But imagine that right now, the richest government of the world, United States, Canada, European Union, UK, are refusing to lift the intellectual property right attached to the vaccination, are refusing to release the information attached to the production of the vaccines. In the name of what? In the name of profit. They are prepared to let millions die, frankly, so that profit can be made, so that the pharmaceutical company can continue to raise and make billions on the back of people's lives. It won't be me who will be hurt by that. Let me be very clear. It will be the people from the most disadvantaged communities. It will be the people in global south countries, in countries of lowest income, and of the most vulnerable communities in middle income countries. So in the name of profit, our government, Western governments, are holding on to information, are holding on to knowledge, and are prepared to stop that knowledge from being shared so that vaccine could be multiplied, so that vaccine could be reproduced. That to me is the reality of the challenges we are confronting right now. And I know I'm not coming up with answers, although in my view, there is a very clear answer about the last challenge I've given you. We need to lift the intellectual property rights attached to that, to the vaccine. We need to let the knowledge We need to share the knowledge so that South Africa, India can produce and produce and produce the dose of vaccine that the world needs. That's what we need.
On that very passionate note, Agnes, as usual, always wonderful to hear your voice. We're going to have to bring that segment to an end. Sorry about that, but we're really constrained by time. We're going to move on now to our second special guest, and he's also joining us virtually. You will have seen his testimony at the opening ceremony, telling the story of how the landmark 1991 seminar came about and came to be held in Windhoek. And I'm pleased to introduce, and I hope we have him online, Alain Moudou, who was the UNESCO Assistant Director General in 1991. Do we have Alain here?
Yes.
Alain,
I'm with you.
Greetings from Windhoek once again.
Oh, hello, Gwen.
It's me.
First of all, I would like to thank UNESCO, in particular the Director General, Madame Audrey Azoulay, for associating me with this great event, this global conference. And I wish also to greet all the participants. I'm very pleased, Gwen, to be reunited with you after so many years. I can't imagine that already 30 years have passed since we had this conference. I would like also to emphasize that I'm really pleased that this 30th anniversary takes place in Namibia. Not only because, of course, it was the place of the first seminar in '91, but also because Namibia is really an example for press freedom in Africa, even in the world. It's number one on the list of the Reporters Without Borders, on the, let's say, not only the number one as African country, but even ahead of European countries like France, Spain, or even United Kingdom.
Right.
Finally, I would like to evoke two persons who are not with us today for obvious reasons. First, Pius Njawe, the Camerooni journalist who was with you when the co-chairman of the seminar. And also Ambassador Lambert Messon, who was at that time president of the Afri Group at UNESCO in Paris, who really supported us and made possible all the results which followed the seminar.
Exactly. Alain, it's been so wonderful to hear your voice and have you with us today, just for that brief message. And again, what Alain said is so true, to recognize also many of the others who were here in Windhoek in 1991. And there were people like Monk Shivute from Namibia, Makani Kabweza from Zimbabwe, Fred Membe from Zambia, Stanley Mulenga also from Zambia, Vincent Chikwari from Zimbabwe, and so many names. I believe we ran them last night. Again, we're very short on time, but we have a critical session coming up, which is to hear from our moderators from the different regional fora. I'm going to start with the rapporteur from the African Forum, who is Nkaba Mashazi, from the Regional Campaigns and Fundraising Coordinator at MISA. If we have Nkaba on the line, is there any luck with that? In the meantime, I will just introduce the other rapporteur. Oh, you here in person. Wonderful. Please go ahead and take a seat. And 4 minutes, please, Nkaba, your report back. Where? Sit. Please go ahead. A mic is on its way, I believe. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nkaba.
All right, I'm just going to go briefly because I don't have much time.
but the delegates from the Africa Forum were engaged in discussions, and there were notable speakers who spoke about the subject of the threat of internet regulation, increasing attacks on journalists, the threat posed by COVID-19 pandemic. Good morning once again. All right, delegates from the Africa Forum spoke about the threat of internet regulation, increasing attacks on journalists, the threat posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, disinformation to democratic, and the threat of disinformation to democratic institutions, and the threat and the importance of a free press to fair electoral processes. In the work of the COVID-19 and the growth of online platforms and social media, there's a discernible effort by African governments to undermine freedom of expression and of the media through the promulgation of COVID-19 regulations that seek to regulate free speech at a time when Africans need accurate information to make informed decisions about their right to life and their right to health. The need for access to information makes the media an ally of the people and an important cog in the fighting of the pandemic. On the other hand, there are also efforts to spread disinformation and endanger journalists, inhibit the free flow of information and images, and infringe upon the public's right to know the truth about their communities and their world. In light of the growing threat of mis- and disinformation, there's a need to scale up media literacy campaigns and ensure media literacy is included in school and university curricula. Also, this comes when there is a diminishing trust in the media and failure by the media to include women and other minority groups, and a lack of diversity, which all serve to undermine the importance of the media. Speakers also reiterated that there is a need for governments, the United Nations and its agencies and IGOs to support public interest media through a global fund for public interest media. In addition, there is a need to develop the strength and the role of media and journalism in controlling corruption and fostering transparency. And also there's a need to invest in information environments that promote accountability. Speakers say there is need to support effective regulation of social media platforms, in particular with regard to algorithmic transparency and fight against dis- and misinformation. There was a proposal to come up with an international human rights framework that governs digital platforms. This framework should also include standards to safeguard women's rights online. To counter dis- and misinformation, the speaker said there was need to develop the provision of high-quality journalistic coverage, and in particular in rural areas, by promoting community media and media reporting in minority languages. African governments were urged to take all measures necessary to guarantee the safety and security of journalists. African governments were urged to ensure the cybersecurity regulation is informed by the revised principles of the ACHPR, Declaration on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information, which recognizes the internet as a right. African governments were encouraged to ensure that the media is free and secure, to ensure that the media can play a role in promoting sustainable growth and regional integration. And finally, speakers demanded for a roadmap upon which countries that enacted repressive legislation during the outbreak of the pandemic will review and repeal these laws. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And Kaba, some very important points indeed coming from the Africa Forum, and I'm sure a lot of that will be incorporated in our Windhoek Plus 30 declaration. Next up is the rapporteur from the Arab Forum. Obviously, this from the Sana declaration was there, and that is Ruba El Helou, who is a lecturer at Notre Dame University. Do we have her with us? Is she here?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much. Please go ahead. You have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I'll start immediately. So the Arab Regional Forum consisted of 2 panels with distinguished speakers from who provided us with this discussion. The following is a 4-minute condensed briefing of the recommendations. The opening speech was given by Mrs. Constanza Farina, Director and Representative of UNESCO Office in Beirut. She stressed on the concept of information as a public good in a holistic, communicative, and sustainable process. The discussion started with a panel titled Viability of Media in the Arab Countries, moderated by Nizar Habash from Al Watan TV in Palestine. Then we moved to the second panel titled Disinformation and the Infodemic and Hate Speech in the Arab region, moderated by George Awad, Communication and Information Officer, Program Officer at UNESCO Beirut. The first panel pointed out the importance of sustaining independent media platforms, especially in areas impacted by protracted conflicts or in countries in transition towards democracy. We also saw how important it is to build the capacity of journalists and academicians through a training and well-designed, updated curriculum covering the latest innovative approaches and learning objectives. A culture of lawfulness through education, awareness raising, and investigative journalism piloting projects are essential elements to promote rule of law, accountability, and citizenship. However, there are numerous lessons to be learned in areas witnessing war, economic deficits, or pandemics. Journalists there are in need of protection economically, socially, health-wise, and with respect to their security, in addition to the need of a regulatory body to ensure quality reporting. The second panel placed the digital sphere at the core of its discussion, in particular on how to create an environment for improved access to information and for media literacy initiatives and projects to debunk disinformation and hate speech. Several initiatives were launched online at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic through digital forums and online training. Success stories were shared, in particular reaching and promoting media information literacy to females, focusing on the role of housewife, as well as creating media labs to empower journalists and the use of innovative technologies and applications. The role of sarcasm in media in the region is still a very sensitive topic. It can be a tool to combat information disorder and hate speech if the institution is able to build trust with the audience. Many recommendations were suggested. Because of time constraint, I will highlight a few. Focusing on the role of media information literacy to train journalists, educators, students, or citizens in general. Media information literacy should be a learning tool available to equip citizens with critical thinking, providing protective institutions to ensure journalist safety and face the challenges that hinder access to information and prevent justice in a wide variety of areas. Creating funds and donation mechanism for under-resourced media institutions to promote independent and free journalism, in particular for investigative journalists to cover corruption. Combating lack of awareness and understanding of online platforms and the use of applications, in addition to revisiting the code of conduct, should be tackled to debunk disinformation and spread truth. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ruba, for that very brief intervention and very important issues coming from the Arab region. Next up is our rapporteur from the Asia and Pacific Forum, that is Therese San Diego Torres, Director of Research, Policy and Advocacy at in Manila in the Philippines. Is she on the line?
Hi.
Great stuff. Please go ahead. Thank you so much, Therese. You have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my honor to share highlights from the Asia-Pacific Regional Forum, which covered experiences from New Zealand, Myanmar, India, South Korea, Indonesia, and Thailand. In the session on media viability, moderator Ms. Amalia Cabusao from the Philippines noted that journalists are working under precarious conditions, with media facing the risk of being captured by political, economic, and ideological powers. And even in seemingly optimal conditions for journalism, such as in New Zealand, some threats remain. Dr. Peter Thompson identified 3 spheres where problems have emerged: state, market, and civil society. The number of journalists decreased over the past decade, and the newspaper sector's advertising share has dropped. Consumers are embracing entertainment over public service media content. It also appears consumers have not been critical of misinformation, and they have not been careful about sharing their data. Dr. Thompson encourages asking more critical questions about how online platforms use our data and identifying opportunities to push for public interest journalism. On the other hand, all eyes are now on Myanmar, and Mr. Sue Win shared that apart from the shutdown of independent news and the arrest of journalists amid military rule, another concern in Myanmar is the rising racism and racial and religious narrow-mindedness. He noted the need to approach the news from the broader perspectives of humanity and the truth by following the fundamental principles of journalism, and at the same time, reporting issues in the proper context and perspective. In the session on transparency of digital platforms, moderator Ms. Vicheka Khan from Cambodia underlined how many people remain in the dark about the inner workings of online platforms and the flow of problematic content, such as disinformation and hate speech. Ms. Seema Mustafa from India proposes worldwide, regional, and nationwide policies which all ensure accountability and bring in a system of ethics that no platform can violate. She said these policies should be created by citizens involving multiple stakeholders from different sectors. Dr. Min Jung Kim from South Korea emphasized the need for ethical guidelines in machine learning and AI technology amid emerging issues surrounding apps where hate speech and abuse have been detected. She emphasized the need to demand transparency from online platforms, increase public awareness about bias in algorithms, and increase the public's consciousness about diversifying media consumption, breaking out of filter bubbles. And lastly, in the session on Media and Information Literacy, or MIL, moderator Ms. Joanne Ding from Malaysia noted that empowering citizens with MIL provides a long-term response to disinformation and hate speech. Ms. Ika Ningtyas described the problems in Indonesia amid the pandemic, such as the collapse of media businesses. Journalists have lost their jobs, and journalists face challenges related to the spread of misinformation, even from public figures. This is why organizations are empowering journalists by providing media literacy and fact-checking training. Dr. Ray Wang from Thailand raised thought-provoking questions, one of which was, how can we educate and nudge people to be more reflective and less reactionary? He pointed out the importance of not only fact-checking, but also listening to different viewpoints, which means there should be more conversations on subjects people do not agree on. Dr. Ray Wang also emphasized the importance of going beyond formal education and ensuring that MIL programs and campaigns are inclusive and positive, stimulating dialogue and discussion among the public. Those were the key insights from the Asia Pacific Regional Forum.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Therese, for those very important perspectives from your region. And I do notice that coming from the reports already in, is there are a lot of commonalities, and media information literacy certainly seems to be one of them. We now have the rapporteur from the Central Asia Forum, 29 years after the Alma Ata Declaration, and that is Erila Turdubayeva, President of the Association of Communicators of the Kyrgyz Republic. Can we have them online? Are we there?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. At our Central Asian Forum, we had 3 panels. We discussed strengthening the viability of the media, internet transparency, and capacity of media and information literacy. So the issues we discussed were the issues of media in Central Asia and Eastern Europe, and the participants of the forum flagged the following areas. Freedom of expression. Diversity and pluralism of the media are threatened in the region. Safety of journalists is a challenge. Journalists are being attacked. Tracking and detainment of journalists are widespread. No mechanisms of the monitoring of threats on journalists in governmental bodies, and no policies to protect journalists, no national body to support and protect journalists. And national laws are restricting the freedom of journalists. Local journalists in the region, in Central Asia, they need education and training to strengthen their capacities, material to support and consulting for local journalists, and they also need skills to use new technology skills, data journalism, and also analytical journalism and investigative journalism skills. So also the low protection of privacy and personal data. So people's personal data and privacy is not being protected, and low level of media literacy and critical thinking and fact checking and media literacy skills in population, and capacity building of media literacy educators who are journalism teachers and trainers on media literacy is needed a lot. And we had recommendations of the forum Almata in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. First of all, media viability, support pluralism, the media, return to the root of journalism,
I think, have we lost Erila? Okay, well, she gave a good summary, I think,
the quantity of sustainable.
Okay. Thank you very much, Erila, for those perspectives from Central Asia. Now it's time to hear the Europe Forum. The rapporteur from there is Professor Elda Broghi, Scientific Coordinator of the Center for Media Freedom at the European University, based in Italy.
Good morning, everyone, and happy World Press Freedom Day from Europe, from Florence, from Italy. So, in 1997, the Sofia Declaration acknowledged that the advent of new information and communication technologies, representing new channels for the free flow of information, could and should contribute to pluralism, economic and social development, democracy, and peace. 24 years later, today, we still think that the internet is a terrific tool that allows the diffusion of information and contributes to democracy, but press freedom needs to be asserted again against not only the control by the states, but also against the control of online platforms, the giants of the web. Information as a public good must be safeguarded in the online environment. The European Forum discussed some of the risks for pluralism and democracy in the new media and information ecosystem. And it did it having regard to the European way of doing it, to how European countries, the European Union, the Council of Europe, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe are trying to tackle such risks. One of the main issues at stake in the online environment is the spread of disinformation, particularly when it has an impact on the integrity of the democratic debate and on elections. Public, truly independent oversight and co-regulation has become the preferred type of governance when it comes to rules for content creation online in Europe. In that respect, the EU, the European Union, is slowly moving away from the idea of leaving to the platforms the task to merely self-regulate, and it's preparing a set of policy and stricter rules to enforce increased transparency and accountability for platforms. This includes a Digital Service Act and a regulation of online political advertising. Restoring trust in media is another cornerstone, a policy that needs to be addressed. And it can be done with media and information literacy, giving individuals the necessary tools to critically navigate and select the huge amount of information and disinformation they are exposed to. At the same time, support to independent media and an increased protection of journalists must be ensured. Distrust in media has a terrible impact on the safety of journalists online and offline, and on downgrading of the profession. The European Union is, in this respect, working on a Media Freedom Act. Another takeout is that being information a public good, it must be supported and funded as such. The news media sector faces market failure and urgently needs new funding models, a mix of private and public, as well as increased direct and indirect public support, fully taking into account the respect for editorial independence. It's also important to sustain funding to independent public service media, as well as journalists' author rights, fair remuneration and copyrights. All in all, we need a sort of Marshall Plan for the information news sector. This echoes the Sofia Declaration. We recommended an independent media loan fund for media in Central and Eastern Europe in particular. And Central and Eastern Europe, last but not least. The emphasis on the online environment should not prevent from stressing that, in particular in some national contexts, some illiberal democracies, disinformation is not only shared through social media platforms, but through state-sponsored and government-controlled media networks and outlets. It is particularly important to support independent media there. In conclusion, there is no one-size-fits-all solution when addressing the complexity and challenges for freedom of the press in the online environment. But it's not wise to pretend that the wisdom of the crowd will prevail in a marketplace of ideas. A very basic takeout comes from the European Forum. Compliance of online platforms with human rights standards cannot be left to companies alone. The European way to deal with this new information ecosystem is a holistic approach that is betting on new governance tools and on stronger economic support to journalism, on a vision of a democracy that should not be disrupted but enhanced by the new information ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Broggi, for those very astute observations, your region, and to see also the commonalities again between other regions of the world. Our final rapporteur from the Latin American and Caribbean Forum, 27 years after the Santiago Declaration, is Carolina Botiero from the Fundación Charisma in Colombia. Have we got her online? Thank you. Please go ahead, Carolina.
Very good early morning. Hello, very good early morning here in Colombia. So in the regional forum, opening remarks by the director at UNESCO's Regional Office for Science outlined UNESCO's call to reflect on information as a common good, as we call it in Latin America, followed by Deputy Regional Director for UNDP, who called for public and private governance to be used as an important tool. The first panel addressed a very real concern, the media's long-term viability, which has been put in jeopardy, even more since COVID-19, to the point that the speakers agree with the UN Secretary General warnings about its possible disappearance. The complexity of the situation is complicated by the fact that there are many different realities that need to be dealt by. State advertisement and control, and even climate change were mentioned. The experts mentioned also how the transition from physical to digital media had a significant effect in the region, presenting platforms as protagonists that could no longer be ignored. The traditional division of journalism on the one side and funding on the other was mentioned as a model that isn't working anymore. Journalists need to address both as critical components of their work. On the subject of state incentives, there was a call for incentives to be designed from a state perspective, avoiding the government capture and without jeopardizing media freedom. Incentives should be linked to media companies' commitments to keep journalists at work. It must include independent media using the state's experience with local content subsidies. In the second panel, about strengthening the transparency of online platforms as essential pillars for information to remain a common good, the experts agreed that self-regulation, non-regulation dichotomy must be resolved, and they believe that the complexity of the actors involved, as well as the variety of contexts, require different approach and multi-stakeholder consents of building mechanisms that seek alternative solutions to that dichotomy. The transition from self-regulation to regulation is underway, and it must include discussions about more and better accountability to include human rights standards in content moderation at all levels. Economic algorithms, infrastructure, and users were also later identified by the experts as targets for transparency development. A call for regulation to address the complexity of this ecosystem, including assessments of its multidimensional, multi-stakeholder, and a general approach that can avoid regulation of singular products that may not exist even in a few years, was also raised. In the third panel on the challenge of disinformation and hate speech, a call to identify them as two distinct phenomena that are related but should be treated and analyzed separately was made. For the expert, formal media plays a critical role in addressing this situation, delivering quality of content. Experts also in the region agreed that media literacy is an important tool for viewers to build and improve their capacity to transition to the digital world and understand and deal with disinformation, preventing the rise in hate speech and its implications. The role of young people, formal and non-formal education system was also part of the debate, with important mentions to libraries. Speakers mentioned the digital divide in the region that means problem with access to connectivity and devices, and they call for access to the internet as a human goal. Freedom of expression as a key component in this process also requires the understanding that it is not only just a right for all, but also an obligation, and that there is a distinction between ordinary citizens and public or political leaders. The latter must take responsibility for what they say, because in some instances, they are the ones who spread misinformation and hate speech. I cannot close without asking you all to keep an eye on my home, Colombia, where freedom of expression is in danger as social discomfort has people in the streets, disregarding the pandemic and facing repression. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carolina, from the report from the Latin American and Caribbean Forum. Also very important observations. We have 10 minutes left for this panel, and I believe we will be bringing back Alain Moudou to ask for his... Alain, do we have you here?
Yes, I hear you.
Alain, I wanted to ask your impression. I wasn't sure if you were privy to those report backs from the different regions of the world, from, you know, Sana in Yemen, Alma-Ata in Kazakhstan, and Sofia in Bulgaria, all those countries that and regions that followed suit on the Windhoek Declaration. What do you see the difference as between then and now?
Well, first of all, I must say that it shows, it demonstrates that the Windhoek Seminar was the beginning of a process which extended to all parts of the world. And it acted really as a catalyst.
Right.
And I'm very glad to see that not only the Windhoek Declaration, but the Sana Declaration, as well as the Santiago, the Almaty, and the Sofia Declaration,
right,
are also fundamental texts which are used in all these regions to support efforts to promote press freedom. This being said, I confess that I'm a little bit sad to see that the problems which we had 30 years ago still exist in most parts of the world.
Yes, indeed.
Even worsen, and new problems now have developed, in particular because of the new technologies, in particular the advent of the social media. We live in a world today where there are millions of sources, information sources, and it's very difficult to find what is accurate or not, what is right, what is wrong. And of course, the fake news is a terrible phenomenon. I consider the fake news as maybe the most perverse form of censorship, because the people don't know what is true and what is not true. That's why what I call quality journalism is very important. Journalism, the professional standards of the journalists are, let's say, the key for to make information as a real public good. Information should be accurate, verified, and this is the ABC of the information today, the information we need to reinforce our democratic systems, to reinforce the confidence among the public.
Thank you for that, Alain. I think it's true to say also that what started as a small seminar for Africans by Africans has become a global movement. So the struggle for press freedom is never fully won. We simply have to continue and add as many voices as possible to that struggle to be free. Thank you all for this panel. Thank you to all our panelists, our participants from all corners of the globe. And I will hereby hand over to Toivo. I think the next session is about to get underway.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gwen, for that able coordination of those very important messages from the regions. I believe we are taking a small break, isn't it? Yeah, and then we continue. But that is my reading of the situation. But yeah, let's take a small break.
Starts at 12, huh? Yeah, next one. 6 minutes.
So, I'm Guy Berger. I'm a director at UNESCO, involved in our work to promote freedom of expression and access to information. Well, the pandemic shows how much we need information as a public good, and the problems when this precious resource
is overwhelmed or undercut by other kinds of content. Today, we can appreciate how the services of platform companies have allowed for vital knowledge to be shared and for social justice movements to be mobilized. Yet we note too that these services have also often given prominence to disinformation, to hate speech, and to harassment. A laissez-faire approach to the problems assumes that they will resolve on their current momentum. But in effect, laissez-faire and holding thumbs for improvement just means in effect that the damage to society could continue, and that this damage not just overshadows the huge benefits like circulating information as a public good, but actually risking that the bad cancels out the good. At the other extreme to laissez-faire, some states have used awareness of the problems to tighten regulation of digital content. But many of these steps intrude on freedom of expression and on press freedom in particular. And yet, freedom of expression is our right, and it should be the default setting. It should be limited exceptionally and only under the very strict conditions justified by international human rights law. And of course, besides for being a right, free expression is absolutely essential for identifying and debunking falsehoods, for exposing hatred and harassment online, and for democratic debate of government policy. And press freedom is foundational for independent professional journalism that contributes so much to information as a public good. And all this is why the alternative of laissez-faire doesn't mean greater content regulation. The benefits of freedom of expression can be endangered by going that route. In summary, neither laissez-faire nor risky regulation align with what UNESCO and most stakeholders would want to see. So what to do? Fortunately, there is a middle way. This path looks more at the underlying processes and the operations that shape the content online, rather than at the content products that emerge from these processes. And in particular, this route seeks to enhance transparency of internet company operations. That transparency can be achieved through voluntary or regulatory measures, or both. How does it work? Well, more transparency will make internet companies more accountable for their operations. More transparency will help to build public trust that indeed these entities are doing their utmost to be part of the solution and not being factors that compound the problem. And transparency would provide evidence so that government policy can be developed in an informed way, not in the darkness, nor based on emotions or political hunches. In brief, transparency avoids the limits of a laissez-faire approach on the one hand, and the dangers of additional content regulation on the other. It's in this context that UNESCO is pleased to release today a publication that we call an issue brief. And this includes a selection of illustrative, high-level principles that can enhance the transparency of internet platform companies. Here are two examples. First, companies should explicitly recognize that they have an obligation to respect freedom of expression and the privacy of their users. And they should reveal how they assess their performance, what their findings are, and how they plan to act on these findings. A second principle is that companies should provide greater transparency about due diligence in volatile situations, like elections or conflict. Ahead of these situations, do companies conduct human rights risk assessments of algorithms that may amplify, for example, coded narratives which incite violent action? And what action do the companies then take? These ideas for broad principles of transparency and others like these have emerged from many consultations, and we thank those engaged so far. In the coming months, UNESCO will continue this dialogue with many more stakeholders, including all of those joining us today. 30 years after the adoption of the historic Windhoek Declaration, we foresee at UNESCO that agreed high-level principles for transparency could culminate in shared aspirational standards and serve as a useful guide for both companies and for states. In this way, enhanced transparency holds out a promise. It's a promise of achieving a better alignment of internet communications to the urgencies of human rights like freedom of expression and alignment to sustainable development and democracy. It's a promise that if we want information as a public good, then enhancing transparency of internet companies will be a better bet than the options of either laissez-faire or of content over regulation. Thank you.
Great, Guy. Thank you so much for those introductory remarks. I'm really excited to host this this panel discussion. And before we get to a broader set of voices, we're going to start with about 15 minutes or so with Sir Nick Clegg, who is the Vice President for Global Affairs and Communications at Facebook. He's well known, particularly, of course, to people in the UK, where he was Deputy Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Democratic Party. And I'm really excited to have him in particular right now because he recently posted a really interesting, I would say, must-read essay over at Medium on the issues that we're talking about today. So, Sir Nick, welcome to our panel today.
It's great to be with you, David, and thanks for hosting this, Guy. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this excellent new initiative of advocating for more transparency from internet companies unfolds, because it's much needed. And thank you for all the work that UNESCO is doing.
Great. Nick, that's a really great introductory remark that you made, in the sense that you, and I think this is very clear in your essay over at Medium, you recognize the importance of transparency. And there were a couple of points that I just wanted to highlight as I lead into the question that I want to ask of you. So in the essay, you talked about personalization being at the heart of the internet's evolution. And then you talk about algorithmic ranking. And as you put it, ranking is the process of using algorithms to order that context that makes information relevant to people, makes information relevant to individuals, which I thought was a really important insight for you to highlight. And I want to ask you about that particular point that you raise, and ask, because you also refer to the magic of social media, and it seemed that your essay in a way is about demystifying that magic. So my question is, just to focus first on the topic and on Facebook, should this magic be demystified, and what are the important things, at least the most important things, that you see Facebook doing to demystify that magic and to make that process of algorithmic ordering more transparent to people?
I think it's essential, because billions of people use Facebook, and it brings great sort of joy and enrichment to billions of people around the world. But exactly how it works, in the boiler room, exactly why do you see what you see in the order that you see it, is often, quite understandably, a little opaque to people. And I think it's essential that people are both feel that they have access to more information about how it works, and then crucially have more control over the experience. So in terms of taking those two things, transparency and control, as two guiding principles, on transparency, that comes in many shapes and sizes. So, for instance, I think Facebook is now the only big internet company that every 12 weeks publishes a full transparency report of all the decisions that we take day in, day out to remove, content because it breaks, Facebook's rules. And we're soon going to subject all of that data to an independent audit, so that Facebook is not the judge and jury of that data. So people feel they have real, transparency on exactly, what is the prevalence of hate speech, which people quite rightly talk about a lot. We have recently published statistics showing that the prevalence of hate speech on Facebook is about 0.08% of total content on newsfeed. I wish it was less, but all of that is important, that we just show people how in very big terms the platform is being properly policed. But also in terms of your own experience as a user, there needs to be more transparency. You can go to those three little dots that you see in the top right-hand corner on Facebook posts already, and you can go onto that, and there's a tool there which says, why am I seeing this? So you'll see, why are you seeing this particular ad? Why am I seeing an ad for leather shoes for middle-aged men? Well, maybe because I am a middle-aged man who sometimes wears leather shoes. But the point is, we already have those tools, but those need to be expanded. And I think one of the most significant expansions of that transparency and, crucially, as I say, control for users is something that I announced in that post that I published on Medium, which is that now at the top of your feed, you can scroll to the top of your feed and you'll see this sort of toolbar, and you basically can toggle between having your feed algorithmically ranked by the kind of automated systems, and those algorithmic systems, try and make sure that what you see at the top of your feed is meaningful to you. It relates to things that you're interested in, and that's why you'll always see that posts from your siblings, your cousins, from your families, from your closest friends, from the groups that you already join on Facebook will always generally come first. But more than that, you'll be able to switch from that to either just making the news feed chronological, so you basically override the algorithm, or which existed for some time, but it was always a little invisible to users. And that's a crucial point about transparency control. Unless it's visible and easy to use, then of course, the control is not particularly meaningful. And then the third thing you can do is you can, in effect, curate your own newsfeed by hand-picking the favorite people, posts, and pages that you'd like to follow. And this is all part of a much longer sort of vision where, I would love to imagine that in the time, in the months and years to come, we at Facebook will be able to say to people, look, here are some dials where you are in charge. You can turn up, you want to see more sport, you can turn that dial up or down. You want to see less politics, you can turn that dial down. You want to see more cooking, you can turn that dial up. So I think this is all part of a journey where, as you say, there's sometimes rather opaque interaction between human being and machine, or algorithm, should be made more transparent, and people should be given more control.
That's really interesting. I really thank you for that open presentation. Nick, can I ask you, you served in government at the highest levels for many years, and I wonder if, as we think about transparency, and this is something that I think UNESCO and, of course, regulators around the world are really grappling with, which is, to what extent should these kinds of moves, the kind that you're describing, should they be required of across the industry? So not just by Facebook, but by others in the industry. And maybe another way of putting it is, to what extent should what you just described be subject to regulation rather than simply, sort of the policy of a particular company?
Oh, I think it's self-evidently desirable that private companies shouldn't be making the rules for themselves, however well-intentioned, however well-designed, however much, and certainly that's an effort that we're making, however much we try and subject our decisions to independent oversight, or as I just described earlier, our statistics to independent audit. Of course, it's more desirable for democratically elected legislatures to make the overall rules of the game, to lay those down in law on behalf of the people they represent. Look, I'm now living and working in the US, as you know better than I do, David. The US hasn't basically had any new internet legislation for 25 years. But the world has completely changed in that quarter of a century. And we need updated rules. And by the way, not only we need them, they're going to happen. So if you look at, in the EU, you've got basically a content legislation called the Digital Services Act, which is going through the legislative sausage making machine. In the UK, you've got similarly something called the UK Online Harms Bill, which will also go through its parliamentary stages sometime in the next year or so. In Australia's tabled similar legislation. In the US, there's a very live debate about whether there should be reforms to Section 230, which is the sort of foundational 25-year-old statute here in the US, which has sort of permitted this explosive growth of the Silicon Valley companies. So it's going to happen anyway. I would simply observe the following. In general, it is better, in my view, that the government should lay down kind of systemic rules on how the systems and policies of these big internet companies like Facebook should be published, made transparent, held to account. And crucially, if those companies then don't meet or the standards, if you like, of their own rules and don't enforce them properly, then there should be sanctions and penalties. What I think you generally want to avoid, which of course is the absolute subject of today, is governments trying to handpick what kind of content they like or dislike. And this is where it gets really, really tricky, because let's remember what we're talking about here generally is a debate about legal, but unpleasant or even harmful content. And I think so I think it makes sense for, as you suggested, for regulation to be put on the statute book so that there are mechanisms of transparency, mechanisms of accountability for the systems that these companies use. But of course, I think most people, particularly in a gathering like this, would be very wary of government saying, I don't like that bit of political speech, which is critical about me, or I don't like this, because one person's, as we know, one person's offensive speech is another person's right to free expression. And so I think, on the whole, as long as governments lean towards systemic rather than post by post, content by content legislation, then I think we'll be headed in the right direction.
Yeah, that is really interesting. And as we're having this discussion, I'm realizing we could spend 2 hours talking about these issues rather than 15 or 20 minutes. But
Indeed, and there's lots of questions I'd like to ask of you, so we could go on for hours. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be the next panel that we host. So I do want to sort of stay on this, because I think what you're identifying is something so important, which is individuals and really policymakers and legislators sometimes feel, and I know this is true of many of your former colleagues in Parliament in the UK, feel that they don't have enough information from, not just from Facebook, but from any of the companies. And I wonder if, as you were describing the kind of transparency reporting that Facebook is doing, whether there is more granularity that is possible in terms of the kinds of content decisions that the company makes. At the present, I think it is remarkable, if you look at the sweep of the last 10 years, how we've gone from zero transparency reporting to the kind that you've described. Is there something more that Facebook and other platforms can do to provide more information about the kinds of content decisions that they're making? And maybe I'll sort of soften that question by saying, is the oversight board that Facebook has created that has really independent goals, is that a tool to try to make that happen?
Oh yeah, you bet. I mean, look, we're on a journey here. These are young companies. I mean, Facebook's only, 16 years old. I often say to people, Federer became #1 in men's tennis, I think the day before or the week before, something like that, before Mark Zuckerberg founded Facebook. So the Roger Federer era is still longer than the Facebook era. So, these companies have absolutely erupted in terms of size and scale in recent years. And of course, now, and you always get this, you always get a gap between technology and then the rules and the parameters in which technology has to operate. It took a while for legislation to be introduced to put seatbelts into cars. And we're going through the same process. So of course, there's more we can do. Now, I'll give you 2 examples where I think, I like to think that Facebook is innovating. One is that we have recently launched a significant new partnership with external researchers to better understand the use by American voters of social media in the run-up to the 2020 presidential elections in November last year. And we have given unprecedented data sets over to these external researchers. They will operate completely independently, completely transparently. Obviously, all the users who participate in the research they will have to provide their consent, and hopefully they'll be publishing their early results sometime during the summer and autumn of this year. So there's been a slightly faltering start on the part of a company like Facebook on how to work out how to square the circle of giving data sets to researchers so that they can do meaningful research and really kind of lift the veil, if you like, on how these systems work in an independently rigorous academic manner, but do that in a way which is consistent with our data privacy obligations. But I think we're making progress on that, and we can do more. And on the oversight board, which, as you say, is a very new innovation. It's a completely independent board of highly distinguished individuals, many of whom I suspect you know, David, who adjudicate on content-specific disputes where someone says to Facebook, you shouldn't have taken my content down, and Facebook says, no, we believe we should, or vice versa. We've kept something up and people think it should be taken down. And they make decisions transparently, they publish all their decisions, and Facebook has to abide by them. But again, it's only just a start. I would love, for instance, in the long term, to see whether something like that, I mean, either perhaps could be put on a sort of semi or fully statutory footing by regulators and governments if they thought that would be useful, and or if it could be extrapolated to the industry as a whole. So I think, we're all on a journey here, and I strongly agree with you that there are many innovations that we can do to enhance transparency, enhance user control, and enhance independent scrutiny and accountability of these big platforms by independent entities.
Great. So I know we're right at the edge of your availability for us. So I just want to close with kind of two questions, but I want to make sure that I ask them. So one of the, I think, persistent features, not just of social media, but of the internet generally, is the kind of pressures that both companies and individuals face from governments. Of course, this is particularly true of authoritarian governments, but it happens from democratic governments as well. And I wanted to ask you kind of two questions. So one is, Facebook does transparency reporting on government demands, they tend not to be all that granular. And I was wondering if there's room for a little bit more granularity in terms of the kinds of pressures that you face from governments. I mean, this is an issue that I think has largely been dropped off the agenda in many respects over the last several years. So that's one point. And then the second one is on security. There's still continuing pressure on digital security, particularly issues like encryption. And so I wonder if you have anything that you'd want to add about those kinds of pressures on the company as well, and really on your users.
Yeah, I mean, on the first, I think that's a really fair point, David, because, far from diminishing, the pressure, particularly from, but not exclusively, but particularly from authoritarian or semi-authoritarian jurisdictions for platforms like Facebook, but not just us, YouTube, Twitter, it's all being subject to the same pressure to remove content that really we don't feel comfortable removing is pretty remorseless. And if you look at, the dynamic in countries like Turkey, Thailand, Vietnam, Russia, it is a constant sort of menu, if you like, of demands. And we're put in a very difficult position because, we have to, of course, we are law-abiding companies. We have to abide by the laws of the land, whatever we think of them. And crucially, because, at some point you get to a pretty kind of almost sort of fundamental trade-off, which is if you don't accede to some of these demands, however much you try and resist, you run the risk that the people you're trying to serve, sort of millions of ordinary, folk in those countries, might be deprived of these wonderful tools which allow them to express themselves. And so you have this, and this is not a mathematical equation. This is a really difficult, a set of sort of invidious choices with kind of an invidious set of judgments that you need to make. And I think it's a fair point that we should, wherever we can, sometimes we can't, be as fulsome as we can in explaining that. On your second point, yes, I think there is a growing debate, particularly around the technology of end-to-end encryption. End-to-end encryption is one of the best technologies we have to, as life basically, and of course this has accelerated dramatically during the pandemic, as life basically has almost transferred hook, line, and sinker for many, billions of people around the world, and not everybody, but huge numbers of people, to the online realm. End-to-end encryption is one of the best ways that we can guarantee that what you say to somebody else is safe, it is secure, it is private. If I send you a WhatsApp message, David, I know that only you and I know it, unless you give it to somebody else or someone steals my phone or your phone. And there is a great deal of pressure in many countries. And by the way, in countries all around, there's a very live debate in my own country about this, for instance. But here's the problem. You kind of either have end-to-end encryption or you don't. I mean, by definition, it's either safe and secure for everybody, or it's not. This idea that it can be sort of selectively unsafe for the good guys and that will never be exploited by the bad guys, doesn't seem, well, it just isn't logical. It's either something that you know to be safe in all circumstances, but this idea that you can sort of switch it on and off, or you can build what has been called in the past back doors, or and that's where it gets difficult, and that's where we work very hard to explain to governments that even though we cannot see, and indeed they cannot see, the actual content of the message sent from sender to receiver, there's a whole bunch of other things we can do to try and keep people safe. We can look at metadata, when messages are sent, by whom, and so on and so forth. We can, in our case, we can look at patterns of behavior on the open social media platforms like Instagram and Facebook. We can sort of see whether that translates onto the behavior on messaging apps. And WhatsApp, which is one of the world's most popular end-to-end encrypted app, we remove millions of accounts for behavior that we think breaks our rules without seeing their content. So, I hope we can have a kind of grown-up debate, an international debate with law enforcement, with governments around the world, to enshrine end-to-end encryption as one of the best guarantees in a sort of universally digitalized world, that people's privacy and security is still guaranteed from hackers, from fraudsters, from criminals, from snoopers. But also work collaboratively using lots of ingenious technologies to also go after criminality and bad behavior.
Great, Nick, you've really opened up, a whole vista of other issues that we could address here, but I know that all of our time is really brief. I want to thank you for joining us today and for highlighting the kinds of things that Facebook is doing, your view on the regulatory moment that we're really heading into and that we're kind of in the middle of, and the other issues that we've addressed. So thank you so much. You've really launched an excellent set of ideas for us to talk about in our broader panel in a moment.
Well, thank you. And thank you very much to UNESCO as well. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Nick. So now we're going to turn to really a focus on transparency at a more detailed level. I want to thank Nick Clegg for joining us and for spending a few minutes talking about the range of issues that Facebook has been addressing in terms of transparency. Obviously, many, many more issues to address when we're thinking about transparency. Now, of course, UNESCO is also putting transparency and access to information at the center of this World Press Freedom Day. But what does transparency actually mean? What does it mean in particular in a digital age? And even going further, how can transparency, which obviously connotes a kind of access to information, but how can it really provide value to individuals worldwide who are seeking to exercise their fundamental rights to freedom of expression, to public participation, also to being safe in an era when so many actors are using digital space in order to interfere with other fundamental rights. So we have a really remarkable group of people to talk with us in this high-level panel about transparency. And rather than providing and spending too much time of my own time speaking, I'm going to introduce each of our panelists as we move forward. And I'd like to start with Demi Getchko. Demi, who many of you undoubtedly know, who is considered really an internet pioneer, as part of the Internet Society's Hall of Fame for the internet. Demi is now the CEO of the Brazilian Network Information Center. And Demi, having spent so much time thinking about the internet and thinking about freedom of expression and privacy and all those different kinds of issues, how do you think about transparency? Or maybe more directly, how would you define transparency as a policy guide for us?
It's not a very simple question, but anyway, I will try to say something around. First of all, I'm, of course, a big old fan of the internet, and I'm, of course, very in favor to preserve the openness, the freedom, the liberty we find in expressing our views and giving all the people the possibility to speak on. I think this is one of the great achievements of the internet. But you have of course a lot of things to correct and to make it better. The problem here is not to throw the baby with the bathwater together, and it's important to keep the good things and fight the bad things. I think transparency is quite important. It's very important for the users to know how they are in some way manipulated, or say in lighter words, how they get what the platforms think they would like in some way. For example, we have of course a lot of algorithms running behind the scenes. These algorithms choose what they think is better for you, not in bad faith. I'm not saying that there is something implicitly malevolence, but it's important to know the rules of the game. Then I think it's very important to have this kind of view of what's going behind the scenes for the better experience of all the users, and not to be confined in a small box of the same ideas and concepts. Then this is a double sword thing, because of course we have to provide privacy, you have to provide not interfering or monitoring or vigilance of the personal content, the freedom of expression with privacy, but we have to provide them the information behind the scenes, how the things are constructed, and why they are seeing what the algorithms choose to show. Then, as first words, I think I will still stop here. Thank you.
Great, Demi. Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you on some of that, in particular, maybe to help us understand the particular Brazilian experience, given that Brazil was such a fundamental kind of starting place for so many of us with the Marco Civil. But I want to turn to Anna Harold. Anna, who is the head of the European Commission's DG Connect unit on audiovisual and media services policy. Obviously, the European Union, the Commission in particular, is thinking very concretely about what is necessary in terms of transparency of the major internet firms. I wonder if you could give us a little bit of a sense of how you and your colleagues in the Commission think about transparency, think about it as a tool for improving the information environment more generally.
Thank you. And it's indeed for me a great pleasure to be here to discuss these fundamental issues for the future of our democracies, because I think we all agree that while internet has been a wonderful tool for helping people to participate better and maybe more easily in democratic processes, of course, it has also shown these dark sides that that we are trying now here to dissect a little bit more, and also to provide some answers, because I think that that's the whole point, that we are trying to improve this wonderful tool as we go forward now in its integration in our societies. So indeed, transparency, which has been chosen very aptly by UNESCO as one of the main topics for this year's conference, has been in a way a leitmotif of our policy and regulatory approach at the EU level. We do have the ambition to at least propose a model for dealing with these difficult processes that Demi has already hinted at, the role of algorithms, the amplification, filter bubbles, the basic lack of transparency over the way platforms feed us with the information diet on a day-to-day basis. And what we have done, we have indeed made transparency a regulatory principle in three main areas. And this has been something that I think is extremely visible if you look at the very recent proposal that we have given to our co-legislators to discuss only very recently the Digital Services Act. So first and foremost, we would like to see basic information on the way that platforms moderate their content. No? So this is the first area. Terms and conditions that have to be clear, have to fulfill a certain number of criteria, and then we would like to see also better, especially from certain platforms, how they moderate content. Secondly, transparency as regards, this has been already said, algorithm, why certain content is being pushed to users, and also empowering users maybe to change the way in which content. So we are going a little bit, beyond the very principle of transparency, a bit adding on top also a level of empowerment for users. And then finally, commercial content, advertising, including, of course, political advertising. We think it is very important that we have, this basic principle of, simply letting people know when they see content that is commercial, but also knowing who is behind that content and why it is proposed to them. So I think that is what I wanted to say for now, but of course I'm happy to discuss what we have at least proposed as our European way at looking at the informational space.
Oh, great. Anna, that was super interesting. And I especially appreciate your phrase in looking at what the platforms feed us. And that's something I want us to drill down into a little bit more as we go along. But I want to turn now to Nanjira Sambuli. Nanjira, who many of you may know from her work on the Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation, her work as a deputy on the Secretary General's panel on women's economic empowerment, and her current work on the board of Development Gateway. So many things that you've done, Nanjira. And I want to ask you, having really taken a look from the inside of the UN system, but also from a real rights-oriented perspective, what do you see as essential to our conversation about transparency? What are the features that you would want to highlight as we start to think about how transparency can be a vehicle for rights-respecting policies, whether it's regulation by government or company policies directly?
I think, building on Demi and Anna's contributions, we can think about it as a function of technical guardrails, but I think the real source of it is also a conversation and a question of power and where power is concentrated. So on one hand, we have these companies and these platforms that have immense power and controlling, as Anna was calling it, our information diet, and even when and how we see it and when we do not see it. And to illustrate, we had a very interesting example just after the January 6th insurrection. Around the same time, Uganda had an election, and Facebook, as a platform that is really like a public utility in Uganda, decided to similarly deplatform a few members of the ruling party, and without really giving a transparent explanation on the go around why that was so. And, seeing how that shaped up politically is very important to show us about how much power such platforms have, but how counterproductive to it can be if it's not used, or if it's an environment in which they did this without consulting with the government, and even the question of who they actually consulted. It soured the understanding of who can switch on and off what we see and when we see it and at what times we see it. So the question of power is really important, even as we talk about technical guardrails, whether it's laws, regulations, or otherwise, when it comes to transparency, accountability, or other principles and values as we see them as regards this. And I really love something that Sun Hong said about transparency, which is that when transparency is compromised by the concentration of power, it's often the vulnerable who are asked to make up the difference and then to pay the price. And, we've seen what happens, which communities grieve about that. Communities' grievances to shape what become platforms' policies, and you can take whether a global South perspective or minority communities perspective in any community, it really does go back to that question of power: who is seen, who is heard, but more importantly, who is not seen and who is not heard. So that is a wrangle within companies themselves, within political systems themselves, but it's something we must always keep an eye and ear out for.
That's great. Nanjira, I'm going to want to come back to this point about power, because I think that's, at the end of the day, that's in a way the essential question isn't only what is transparency, but how do we get there, and who is responsible for making decisions around these issues? And also, how do our decisions around regulation, or if it's company policy, how do those, in a sense, reinforce the kind of power that you're describing? So I definitely want to come back to that in our discussion. But last but not least, I want to bring in Henriette Esterhausen. Henriette, it's great to see you. Henriette is the chair of the Internet Governance Forum's. Good to see you, Henriette. Chair of the Internet Governance Forum's Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, also known to many people as the MAG, and was formerly Executive Director of the Association for Progressive Communications, APC. And so, Henriette, I want to ask you the same kind of question that I've been asking your co-panelists as well, which is, what do you see as the principal value of transparency in terms of promoting an information-rich environment? What do you think are how should we understand transparency in this context?
Thanks, David, and I hope you can hear me. I'm connected through my mobile phone. In fact, I'll pick up with what was just said about power, and I wouldn't replicate what others have said. I think transparency is very important. I think ranking digital rights identified 3 areas, and I think Sonia mentioned them as well. The transparency standards for ad content and targeting, standards for content moderation, and for algorithmic systems. But I think when we're looking at this from the perspective of the public interest and the impact and the power that these platforms have, I think we should be cautious about not stopping at transparency and transparency standards, because I think what we've learned also from other areas of governance is that transparency is often not enough. It's like open government is not enough to achieve good government. Open government can be a precondition or a tool for better governance, but just making information available is not sufficient. And I think what is so challenging, and what we need to try and factor in how we think about transparency when it comes to the platforms, is that the impact of the platforms is the sum not just of the actions of the platforms themselves, but of the behavior of the users of those platforms. And I think from a regulatory perspective, you need to find a way to regulate in a manner that can address the impact of the platforms, the impact for the platforms as they are interacting with the users, as users use them. And I think this is actually far more complex, but I want to draw here on a concept that colleagues, academic colleagues in Germany have recently introduced, Jeanette Hoffman in particular, and that's the idea of observability, so that beyond just requiring platforms to be transparent about these different facets of the operations mission, and ensure that they meet preconditions to make information available for academics, for researchers, for human rights defenders, and information not just about the standards that they are applying, but actually information about how the machine learning systems are learning in response to user behavior. Because just being transparent about your algorithmic standards is not necessarily going to help human rights defenders be able to understand how those systems are evolving and interacting with the content and the users that are interacting with the platform. So I'm not sure if the concept is clear enough, but I think beyond just transparency standards, we also need to demand access to information on an ongoing basis so that the impact and the behavior of these platforms can be observed. Their societal impacts, in other words. So transparency is a starting point, but it's not enough.
That's great. So this, in the context of really less than 15 minutes, we've highlighted, I think, some key themes. In fact, like the themes that drive so much of both the need for transparency, but also I think some of the complications and maybe the limitations of transparency as an idea in and of itself, right? Without being connected to other kinds of policies, whether it's to power and concentrations of power, or it's related to the regulatory framework and freedom of expression and content moderation, or Henriette, as you were suggesting, taking it to that level of observability. And I want to sort of drill down into each of these areas, and I want to start with Demi, because you raised the issue of kind of algorithmic transparency, and I wonder if you could help us understand a little bit what that would look like. There's a way in which algorithmic transparency, I mean, as a phrase, which might not help us get very far, might reinforce some of the opacity, some of the opaque qualities of the digital age, because few of us really can understand what an algorithm is when it's looking at the software that constitutes it. So I wonder if you could help us understand what should, in the context of algorithmic transparency, what should we be looking for? What should some of the tools that go beyond the buzzwords look like?
Okay, thank you. See, I'm not saying that there is some kind of conspiration theory in the algorithms to make us bad persons or something like that. But the fact is that the model, the economic model of the platforms, of course, is basically on advertising and keeping us connected much of time as possible. Then, of course, the algorithms trying to design or maybe trying to match what will be our preferences and serve us with the feed that make us more comfortable. This is different if you are reading a newspaper. You can stumble to different points of view, to different news, to different aspects of the same fact. This is much more rare, much more seldom to occur in the platforms, because they will serve you what they find you will like. And this is bad, because this constructs the famous bubbles we always see and said about. And this cannot permit you to have a wider realm, a wider vision of the things. Then, of course, could be good for the business model, because keep you happy and confined to what you think is correct. But it's a feedback, a constant positive feedback that make you comfortable in a situation that is far from the reality each time, far from the reality. And for me, it's important at least to let the users know that we are trying to serve them this kind of food, and they can choose if they prefer or not this kind of automatic feed of information. But of course, it's not an easy thing to do. Thank you.
Maybe if I could stay with you, Demi, just to ask you this follow-up. Nick Clegg recently posted an essay over at Medium in which he talked about personalization being the sort of the guiding force of the internet in a way, which I think isn't exactly right. It may be the guiding force of social media, but not necessarily of the internet. And I wonder if there's a way in which transparency, according to the way you just described it, goes against that idea of personalization, which also therefore may go against, counteract the very business model of social media. Is that something that you think is what transparency might have an impact on?
I think that the personalization could put the load on the users. In some way, it alleviates the problem with the side of the platforms and put all the blame on the users' shoes and what users choose. But I think this kind leads us to another kind of problems. We saw a lot of problems in the internet because of this this eagerness of the users to speak something or to be involved in something without having a much profound vision of the things. I think it's important for educated user to open, to make wider the possibilities of reading different points of view, even if they prefer, of course, some kind of view, some kind of bias. Then it's a slippery slope to say if we let the people to personalize the feeds, we are read from this kind of problem. I don't think it's a good way, can cause other problems. Of course, I'm in favor of personalizing things, but this is for the user. I don't think it's really a solution for the problem.
Interesting. Anna, if I could ask you to sort of give us a sense of how the Commission is thinking about this particular issue. And I think it does cut across the three different areas that you mentioned as being central to the European Commission, to the Digital Services Act ideas around, basic information on content moderation, algorithmic transparency, and ad transparency. All of those things seem to be connected in this way. And I wonder if you could reflect for us a little bit about how the Commission is thinking about that balance between transparency and user control. How does transparency get us to that point where, if we're thinking about personalization or even targeting of information to individuals, how do we get to the place where an individual, through transparency, can exercise a bit more control over their information environment?
Thank you, David and Demi, for this very interesting insights. Because in the end, it boils down, as I think Demi said, to giving the user the possibility to define a different experience, no? And this is what we are trying to address with the Digital Services Act. And as I said, going a little bit beyond the transparency. At the same time, there is another question which I think is central to this issue of personalization and algorithmic transparency, which is whether we should stop here, whether it is only about transparency and allowing the users to have an impact on the way information is presented to him or her, or is it also about setting some principles for certain types of content that is considered from a public policy point of view as desirable because it is of general interest, as it is called in our media law traditions, and giving this type of content a particular prominence, or making this content more discoverable, more findable to users. And this is a separate policy discussion where we don't pretend to have any answers, but at least we have started having that discussion when we introduced recently in our media rules at the EU level a possibility for member states to have such findability obligations as regards general interest content. So I'm just leaving this as as a food for thought. And then on top of that, if I may, just one additional point which is linked to this, I think what is extremely important is that on top of whatever we can provide in terms of transparency and in terms of empowerment to users, there is also, and it links, I think, very well to what Henriette said about, as she called it, I think, quoting from German literature, observability. I think it is extremely important to principle to make sure that not only the users can interact better with the tools they are giving at their disposal, but also the research community and the regulators know more, because I think we are building up here a pool of expertise that we don't have, that so far only the quite limited circle of people within the online platforms community or within the internet community actually even know about. Of course, people like Demi know very well, but not necessarily all of us, and not even our regulators. And for that, we also introduced a specific provision into the DSA on data access for researchers, for regulators, to better understand, this virality of content online and how what sort of societal impact it can have. And last but not least, what we are also trying to put in place is a system in which platforms themselves assess those risks that this algorithmic universe creates around, and this phenomenon of virality amplification, and that they try to also mitigate the possible negative risks it may have on fundamental rights. So this is what we have in mind when we speak about the risk mitigating measures that platforms will have to put in place, and then also submit all those measures to external audit, which I think overall, will increase the second level of transparency, not vis-a-vis the users, but also vis-a-vis, let's say, the public oversight and the, on the one hand, researcher community, but also the regulators community.
Right. Really interesting, and really, really interesting to see how you're thinking about this in the Commission. Nanjira, I want to come back to sort of tying this discussion to a phrase that you used in connection with the situation in Uganda, I think it was, where you talked about the internet companies, and perhaps Facebook in particular, as being like public utilities in a way. So, and I think that really highlights the kind of power that you were discussing. I mean, there's the question of the power of the companies, which have obviously massive impact over public information space. And then there's the question of the power of governments, which exercise some of that power over individuals, sometimes over companies in other contexts. And I wonder if you could help us understand a little bit your own thinking about how we ought to think about transparency, and also bringing what I understand sort of the message around power to be bringing that kind of power to a more democratic foundation. To your mind, what does that look like? I mean, we've heard a little bit, in terms of the Commission in Europe, putting real regulatory power behind some of this. What do you think are some of the key tools that we need?
Yeah, I mean, and just situated properly in a way, to have transparency about, say, access to information as a transparency measure in a situation where I do not have power to question a platform or a government, it's in a way useless. And that's why to say transparency in and of itself, as Henriette was saying, is important but not sufficient on its own. Nor is access to more information in an environment where I can neither question or have any form of recourse very helpful. And I think another challenge we have with transparency standalone, as we're investigating it today, is it typically is after the fact, and typically the fact being a harm of sorts. And so being in an environment or in a position, that's that shapes the news, you can imagine that it can even become, I think, is just nice to have out there, but it's not valued for what it could be. And so situating it in the dynamic that different actors experience, especially for emerging markets, that for platforms are maybe only going to be considered down the line, or for platforms and governments that are pressuring them to handle information differently. It really does help us to understand that there's different configurations of transparency or accountability or any other democratic value we need to think of. And going back to the platforms themselves for a minute, is just to say, yes, they gain one more power and become utilities in parts of the world. Just because they may have the transparency reports, the way of ranking digital rights, and others may show us, does not necessarily mean that either democratic as well.
I think we lost Nanjira. As soon as she comes back, I'm going to turn it over, go back to Nanjira. But just to make sure that we keep our time, I want to turn to Henriette. Henriette, I mean, you've been involved in this space for quite a long time, and you've been involved from the perspective of not only asserting and ensuring and advocating for fundamental rights, but also, in the context of the MAG, seeing these issues from this real high level and seeing all of the different stakeholders engaged, I wonder if you could give us some insight into the direction that you see some of these issues taking at the global level. And so maybe to put the question a little bit more directly, what are the ways in which forums like the IGF or even UNESCO at the global level can really push to make transparency, not just the question of here's some more information that you have about the platforms or about government policy, but here's this information that you're getting through transparency processes as a tool to ensure access to information, to ensure public participation. What role can the global institutions play? I'm not sure. You need to be unmuted.
I'm unmuted.
There you go.
Actually, as a matter of fact, the Internet Governance Forum this year, which will take place in December 2021, it will start off with preparatory work, has this issue at the core. In fact, one of the two main issues is looking at human rights, economic inclusion, and then looking at emerging regulation as a crosscut is also what we'll be doing this year. And I think the reason that the IGF is a good space for this is because it has to be a dialogue or a debate between different stakeholder groups. You know, you asked earlier about business models. I think we tend to assume that these business models are static, but they are not. They've evolved. We have many different types of platforms. Not all platforms have identical business models. And these business models constantly change as technology changes. And I think regulation has to respond. And I think that's the value of a forum like the IGF and other UN spaces like UNESCO. It can bring together business with civil society, with the research community, with the technical community, and with government and regulators, because it's not a simple issue. And I think my concern, in fact, is that what we're seeing now as a trend, where very powerful companies can engage in a bilateral conversation with very powerful governments, and in fact agree on an approach to regulation, which might in fact reduce accountability at a global level. So I think having spaces where we can really look at this from different angles, look at the pros and cons, look at the data, and look at transparency as not just a tick box principle, but really a tool for democratization and for, I think, really for utilizing these platforms' potential as a public utility or as a platform for public information. So I think that's very important. You asked Nanjira that question, and unfortunately she dropped off, but she'll speak again. I do think they have value. I do not think that increased regulation will destroy their business model. I think they'll adapt. I think more accountability can actually ultimately strengthen the role that these platforms do play, because in many parts of the world, they are vital. They're the only spaces where public political participation can really take place. So finding ways of strengthening their publicness, making them more accountable, is definitely a worthwhile effort. And the IGF can contribute. I think it's definitely a good space for ironing out all the glitches and trying to build some consensus, or even if you can't build consensus, at least having a better understanding of where the dividing lines are.
Yeah, I think that's so interesting. And there's so much packed into what you just said, Henriette, that I'd love to, I think as with each of you, there's at least an hour or two of a separate panel to drill down into. I want to go back to Nanjira, in part because you were cut off, but I also want to ask you about this. I mean, few people have your insight into both sort of what happens at the global level because of your engagement on the high-level panels that the Secretary General convened, but also your real insight at a regional level. And sometimes it seems that the discussions at a regional level, for example, in Europe or North America, seem a lot different than the kinds that you'll have in Africa, where, as Henriette was just suggesting, I think that, a platform may have a kind of control over the public space that it doesn't even enjoy in a market like in Europe or the United States. How does that affect, going back to your initial intervention on power, how does that affect your thinking on power and the way in which transparency at the regional level can be of value? Okay, I think we can hear you.
Yeah, I hope you can. I mean, we might need some Zoom transparency for this one. I don't know what's happening today. I mean, from this regional perspective, there's another way to think about these platforms beyond just being service providers on the online level, in that they're also becoming public utilities at the infrastructure level. So for even over and above this level we're talking about with content, there's where they're doubling down on that power. And so that there's a power amassed there that can even be power over the governments, even in a very democratic dispensation. And these are all the dynamics that we must map through forums like IGF, as Amiet was pointing out, to really unpack what we're talking about. It's not a monolithic issue. Power mapping is very important from different perspectives, and especially from the perspectives of those who've been left behind and who are at risk of being left behind, and for whom these platforms are the only way for them to engage in the online ecosystems that we're thinking about. And for our parts with our governments, it's a question of how we can get them, and especially whether it's through what would be called G77 or other formulations in the multilateral system, to bring that perspective of emerging economies and where they are in so far as setting up the infrastructure and their online economies goals, to shaping up the way policies are spoken about at that global level. Because typically you have the European perspective as a normative superpower, quote unquote, and then the others as the contributors of platforms that we're all trying to figure out how to keep transparent. So that's just a preliminary way to think about the work that we have ahead of unpacking this. And I hope that this can be something that feeds the conversation about values like transparency, accountability, and now observability as we go forward, because we need to get guardrails, but we need to get guardrails that are contextual for every region, if you will, or every perspective, but also to build a commons from a bottom-up way that everybody and every community's angles are represented.
Great, that is so interesting, and I think such an apt way as we come toward the conclusion of this panel. Honestly, I would love to have another 45 minutes with you to address some of these issues, but I want to give you each like 30 seconds maximum to sort of either highlight something somebody else said or just make a point that you didn't think quite got addressed yet on the panel. And so in real brief terms, let me start with Demi, just to stay in the order that we've had.
Thank you. I was thinking about what was said here. And I remember a phrase of an old Greek philosopher, Heraclitus, 500 before Christ. He said, everything flows and nothing stays. Ta panda rei in Greek. This means that we have to struggle to keep the internet flowing, to have a single internet, not a splinter net, and of course try to avoid the problems we have now. But not to lose the view that we have to struggle for everything flowing freely in a single internet. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Demi. Anna.
Yeah, it's been interesting to hear that what Demi just said, because in the end we are, the EU is a bit of a laboratory of that. We want to have one internet. That's why we want to have these common rules. In the end, that's the kind of. There is, of course, the public policy objective, but there's also the internal market objective as well. But if you ask me about my 30-minute thing that hasn't been said maybe today, and that probably it's this distinctive European contribution to this debate, is that I think we all agree, across the globe about the principle of transparency, empowerment, also dealing with power. But I think what is particularly European in the way we look at these matters is this public oversight element in this dilemma of, who gets to oversee the internet. No, so there is this dichotomy between private or actually criticism of the private enforcement of norms in the internet. And I think what we are trying to do with the Digital Services Act, but also with some previous approaches that we had in European media rules, is really to have an impact on, on what the terms and conditions of platforms are, and then how they are then overseen, that there is a public, of course, we fully understand, we can't do it as we did in the past, with regulating media companies, that have full editorial responsibility, and it's easy to in a way, oversee them. But I think we are trying to inject a bit of this public oversight component into the system. And, I'm really optimistic that, with that approach, we can get, at the right balance. Of course, it will be multi-layered. Of course, it will be much more complex. But I think this is what we lack at this moment.
Great. Nanjira.
Just recognizing that, we didn't get to speak about the role of journalism and press under the auspice of World Press Freedom Day, but just acknowledging and the struggles that the fourth estate is facing under this new dimension, and just holding space for that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. Of course, this is UNESCO and it's World Press Freedom Day, so I appreciate your highlighting the connection to journalism as a key democratic foundation. Thanks for that. And for the last word, Henriette, you get the last word. But we need to have you unmuted.
All right, this mobile phone. I want to go back to the press as well. I think that, we make this feel and seem extremely complicated. And I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I think maybe it's not that complicated. We have decades worth of experience of press self-regulation, press co-regulation, and principles of fairness, accountability, truthfulness that we've applied to the media and to the press. And I think the United States has fantastic body of knowledge and principles and practice in that respect. And I think we can draw on that. So for me, the emphasis is not just on public oversight. In fact, it's much more on public interest and public accountability. And I think that we can draw on the tradition of press freedom, the principles of press freedom in approaching regulation of content-related platforms. And I think the business model that they've evolved over time is one that I think is very suited, in fact, to some of these good practices and established principles that have maintained press freedom as such a vital tool for knowledge, for development, and for democratization. So I would go back and start from there, in fact, in looking at principles of transparency and other forms of public interest accountability in approaching regulation of content platforms.
That's such a great place for us to conclude this conversation. We've talked about some real big issues, right? We've talked about power, about the importance of regulation in this space, of individuals' ability to access information. And we've talked about journalism, not enough, journalism and democracy. And I think, Henriette, your last point is really crucial for us. Maybe 2 points that I'd just pull out to end this conversation. The first being that public interest can serve as a kind of organizing principle for all of this, and the public interest the public interest should be understood in its largest, most capacious meaning, I think. And the second part is, I agree, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, as we say, right? There is so much learning to be had from regulation of the media in the past, from the co-regulatory press council models that survive and thrive in many parts of the world. There's a lot of opportunity for us to create oversight and ultimately to ensure that access to information, which is fundamentally a matter of human rights protection and promotion, is a part of this discussion. So I really want to thank all four of you for participating in this panel, for being part of this launch of the UNESCO paper on transparency, and also I think for being a part of the debate in your own work and moving the issue of transparency from this kind of mantra into something very specific and meaningful to people. So Demi, Anna, Nanjira, Henriette, thank you so much. And I hope you stay safe and stay healthy.
Ae o mahinu warika Namibia. 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 Kanamibia, Kanamibia, Kanamibia. Show we say no washo. Fight answer. Ukahanja no washo. Kai Kaiser. Omaruru no washo. Ondondie tone no papa ulipehuri. Ushibanda no washo. Kai Auba. Ushiwarongo no washo. Wangombe akambire ngonjeo. Ushakati no washo. Ondangwa no washo. Korongo wetu okatima mulilo no washo. Komikoka vyehi okakarara no washo. Kwetu ushinene no washo. Kolombo dembali epukiro no washo. Kokule mwaje ipako no washo. Kohunandera kaero korupindi ushodonji no washo. Komea wetu ngeriara ombae no washo. Komea ngoma mbula walikana.
It is the 3rd of May, 2021. It is the 30th anniversary of the Windhoek Declaration. And of course, today, as has been the case for so many years, is World Press Freedom Day. There has been a conference going on for so long here in Windhoek, and today, the curtain on this important occasion is coming down. In this regard, we are now, of course, in the last stretch of the conference, and I will invite Guy Berger. Professor Guy Berger is the Director of Freedom of Expression and Media Development at UNESCO, to get us into something very, very exciting right now. He'll take to the podium right now. Professor.
Thank you, Toivo, MC. Greetings, people around the world, people in the hall here in Windhoek, Namibia. Happy World Press Freedom Day. Today we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors, and now we have built further on the house that they gave us with a new declaration, the Windhoek Plus 30. With me today, we have the co-chairs of the drafting committee, Gwen Lister and my colleague Guilherme Canella. I'm going to ask them to tell you about the process and about the key points that came out of these deliberations and the consultations that bring us to this high point. First of all, Guilherme Canella, please give us some background.
Hello. Again, good morning for those in some parts of the world. Good afternoon to us all here in Windhoek and in this part of the world. And good evening for many of those that are listening and viewing to us from the Asia-Pacific region. So this was a fantastic process. It's important to understand, Gwen, the process that you and I have the honor to co-chair. This process actually started many months ago, because before the World Breastfeeding Day this year, we had different consultations, regional consultations in all the regions of the world, and also thematic consultations about the three main topics of this conference: media viability, transparency of digital platforms, and the issue of media and information literacy. So all those different consultations that ended more or less in the beginning of April, they informed the zero draft declaration that you all had access in the platform of this conference. So all the 3,000 plus delegates connected in the platform, they had the opportunity first to comment the zero draft. There was a deadline of last Friday evening for commenting that zero draft. Then, absorbing those comments, the draft committee prepared a second draft that was online on Saturday evening, so a new round for comments. And then finally now, after observing and implementing some of those comments, we have now this declaration that we are going to, that actually Teresa, our colleague from UNESCO, is distributing here lively in Windhoek, but very shortly will be in the platform, in the website, so you can see it. And Gwen, we had the pleasure to co-chair this committee with very interesting people. Toby Mendel from Canada, Mira Milosevic, who is now, I guess, Mira told me she's based, today she's in Scotland, but she is from Serbia, right, Guy? And Raul Echeverria, who is currently in Montevideo, Uruguay, and Yuli Ismartono from Indonesia. And we have our colleague Elisa Kirkland as secretary of this committee. And it was very exciting. Obviously, this is a document that should be concise, should be global, should incorporate the different suggestions from different parts of the world. But this is the declaration that we are showing to you, but also we received so many interesting ideas that, as happened in 1991, we will have another document that is not this declaration, but with all those suggestions, with all those recommendations on how to operationalize policies, etc. The UNESCO Secretariat will work on that, and that other document will be available also soon. But today is the day of the declaration. But I guess, Gwen, it's not very different of the process you experienced in many other previous editions of the World Breastfeeding Day, right?
Yes, exactly, Guillaume, especially going back to Windhoek 91. I think it's often forgotten that, I mean, the independent sort of guerrilla typewriters, as they called them then, of Africa were in predominance at that meeting. But there were also government or representatives of government media there present. So often, as happens with the adoption of a declaration and the wide and broad consultation that happens, there's a lot of push and pull going on as people want their points in, or they want something strengthened, or they want something taken out. And equally, in 91, you know, there was quite a fight, a battle to get that free, independent and pluralistic media through, especially with government people who didn't necessarily agree with those goals. So I think very much the same with just about any declaration, and this one. At the end of the day, it often works out as more or less a compromise of views. But I think we have a good document here and something that we can take forward. Windhoek 91 being a part of history now, this is the way forward. And especially for the younger people to take this and take the new media challenges forward into the future.
I agree. And I must tell you all that, as usual, those drafting committees are also a nice intellectual exercise in discussing with very knowledgeable colleagues what we can add, what we need to take out, and how to accommodate this multi-stakeholder exercise with comments from people with different legitimate interests, but how we represent this in, again, a multi-stakeholder document. So we were very, very happy to co-chair this and to count with the support of these fantastic colleagues that helped us in this discussion. So now, with the indulgence of the Master of Ceremonies and our moderator here, Gwen and myself, we would like to give you a sense of what is that in that declaration. We are not going to read the entire document, don't worry. You have that in your hands, and I hope the document it's already uploaded or will be shortly uploaded. This child just born, no? So bear with us, but maybe we should start, no?
Guillaume, can you give me 1 second? Because Guy's laptop has gone to sleep, and I don't have the password, so I'd rather deal with a paper version. Thank you, Guy.
This is the final?
Okay.
Oh, okay, I have it.
Thank you. We were waiting for the printout while I was accessing that. I think we go ahead.
So we start now?
Shall we do the introduction? And
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
We, the participants at the UNESCO World Press Freedom Day International Conference, held in Windhoek, Namibia, 29 April, 3rd May 2021, recalling Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers.
Commemorating the continuing relevance, legacy, and role of the 1991 Windhoek Declaration as a catalyst for the proclamation of World Press Freedom Day and an inspiration for ongoing action to promote and to protect freedom of expression, free, independent, and pluralistic media, and access to information across the world.
Convinced that as a public good, information empowers citizens to exercise their fundamental rights, supports gender equality, and allows for participation and trust in democratic governance and sustainable development, leaving no one behind. And that information as a public good is also a key underpinning of effective measures to address global emergencies, such as climate and health crisis, specifically the COVID-19 pandemic.
Alarmed by both enduring and new threats to the safety of journalists and the free exercise of journalism, including killings, harassment of women, offline and online attacks, intimidation, and the promotion of fear and arbitrary detentions, as well as the adoption of laws which unduly restrict freedom of expression and access to information in the name of, among other things, combating false information, protecting national security, and combating violent extremism, and also deeply concerned at the increasing numbers of internet disruptions, including internet shutdowns, particularly during elections and protests.
We all, therefore, call on all governments to commit to creating a positive, enabling environment for freedom of expression and access to information online and offline, in line with international guarantees of these rights, including a free, independent, and pluralistic media, through adopting appropriated legal measures in a transparent manner and following adequate public consultation, guaranteeing the exercise of journalism free of governmental interference through both formal and informal actions, promoting universal access to the internet, and taking measures to reinforce the safety of journalists, including with a specific focus on women journalists, particularly through the UN Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity.
So the call would go out to UNESCO and other intergovernmental organizations to, among others, encourage the development of joint funding instruments supported by a combination of states, multilateral institutions, private foundations, and philanthropists to promote journalism as a public good.
The call is also on technology companies to conduct transparent human rights risk assessments, including to identify threats to freedom of expression, access to information, and privacy, take appropriate action to eliminate or mitigate those threats, and disclose the impact of those actions.
The call would also go out to journalists, media outlets, civil society, and academia to, among others, and I just find the point here, promote a more inclusive, pluralistic, and sustainable media sector, including through measures that promote the involvement of young people, women, and marginalized groups in the media.
And we also call to a collective action and agree and adopt new and innovative measures and mechanisms, including of a multilateral and multi-stakeholder nature, following broad consultative processes to ensure respect by states for freedom of expression and access to information, and that digital platforms, practices, and systems which affect user interaction with information are appropriately transparent.
And the second last paragraph of the declaration reads as follows: press freedom, independence, and pluralism remain major goals to guarantee information as a public good that serves as a resource for the whole of humanity. To these goals, we now add those of media and journalism viability, transparency of digital platforms, and the citizenry empowered with media and information literacy. The Windhoek Declaration, the Windhoek Plus 30 Declaration pays tribute to those who opened up this path.
Now let each of us resolve to do our part to help secure information as a public good, as an urgency today and as a legacy for those who come after us. Thank you.
Thank you. I felt like I was in school again.
Over to you, guys.
Thank you, dear co-chairs of the steering committee. Gwen Lister mentioned the typewriters of 1991. Of course, today we have TikTok. We've gone from T to T. But the principles stay the same. It's only the issues that evolve. The declaration that we have here could have been an encyclopedia, but luckily we have this drafting committee that took all the ideas and submissions and put them together, found what was common, really put its finger on the key points, and you'll see this in the declaration. So here we are. We have a record of this really historic event. We have a record of the issues that have been deliberated here. We've shaped this through months of participation, including the regional fora. And here we are. We don't have a binding document, but we have a brilliant document. This is a resource for humanity, as it says in its final conclusion. It's a resource that helps give us guidance about what we need to do to advance information as a public good. One day, inshallah, you here in Windhoek, Namibia, plus all of you around the world, you will have grey hair like me. And you in turn will become ancestors for future generations. Congratulations, because you are bequeathing to these future generations this fantastic guidance about how we can get information as a public good for human rights, democracy, and sustainable development. Therefore, may I call on you to please give us a huge round of virtual and physical acclamation and acclaim as we adopt the Windhoek Plus 30 Declaration. Thank you. And with that, we hand back to our MC, who is going to introduce our closing speakers. We have a statement from the floor. We have Ambassador Salah from the African Union Commission. Thank you very much. We have a proposal by Ambassador Salah Hamad from African Union, and he's saying we need to add at the end a vote of thanks to the government and people of Namibia for hosting this conference. I'm quite sure we all adopt that. Again, can you show with a round of applause we adopt that important point? Thank you very much, Ambassador. So over to Toivo to introduce our wrap-up with the two co-chairs of the steering committee that led us to this fantastic point. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for your able leadership again of that important session. I think it is a session we were all waiting for because it is a manifestation of what we've been doing for the past couple of months, couple of weeks and couple of days. Now, it's time to dance a little bit. We are celebrating these milestones with music from Big Band.
Nohange bikambura omutubero abanje akubemo itirepi opakwani papa magapeno mbepo rutubero rupengo ndarunyandwa morinyono chikama kundarunyandwa chikombo chipe chikama Bahuru binako ina mwano babe kuda bahura bino hange no kandu kajame bino hange bakamura muzubera waje akubemo itirepi papa makapeno mebo bino hange bakamura muzubera waje akubemo itirepi papa makapeno mebo nandime panga atataye khona nandimotoka ochitaye khona muntu aye khona amimbi nochina kuda baura okano kapengu daturina wakume amuhe mwadhana amuna na wakako batukuta mama yeah kuda bahuru minako ina mwana wabe kuda bahura bino hange no gandu kajame bino hange ikamura yeah mama Bino hange mama ikamura yeah mama chiti iraruka mubino yeah mama ikamura chiti apama kabelo bebo bino hange ikamura mumutugera wanje akobemo itirepi papa makapeno mepo. Thank you.
Big Ben. Thank you, Big Ben.
Thank you, Big Ben. Big Ben, for those of you who do not understand the Osherero language in which he's singing, is it's a love song. It's all I can say for now, but it's a love song. And love is what brought us here today together. So I now have the distinct honor to invite to the stage the UNESCO Country Director for Namibia, that is Jafar Musa El Kadum, to deliver his message.
Wow, what a great moment. Honorable Dr. Pea Mushalenga, Minister of Information and Communication Technology of Namibia, my dear co-chair of the Conferences Organization Steering Committee, Honorable Emma Theophilus, Deputy Minister of Information and Communication Technology of Namibia, my dear brother Ambassador Salah Hamad, representing the African Union Commission, Excellencies, representative of the civil society, the media community and academia, diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen present here physically and those following online. It has been an immense honor and pleasure as a co-chair of the Conference Organization Steering Committee to celebrate this 30th anniversary of the Windhoek Declaration and the 2021 World Press Freedom Day with you in these days, 29th of April until the 3rd of May, today, the same date actually of the historic 1991 Windhoek Seminar. I would like once again to thank this year's co-hosts, the Honorable Minister and Government of the Republic of Namibia, for their enduring commitment and to freedom of expression and their dedication to furthering the spirit of the Windhoek Declaration and the development of a free, independent, and pluralistic press in Africa, and also with this conference. Also, I would like to thank our two masters of ceremonies, our two champions for the World Press Freedom Day this year, all our speakers, participants, as well as the extremely hard working staff in both teams of the Ministry of Information Communication Technology and UNESCO. In the past 3 days, the theme information as a public good has been discussed in over 40 sessions by over 350 speakers, catering for the over 3,000 registered participants from 148 countries, and for which 56% are female, as well as with many more following on social media. Also yesterday, we awarded the 2021 UNESCO Guillermo Cano Press Freedom Prize to Maria Reza, which was a moving ceremony and a testimony to why the world needs press freedom. UNESCO was here in 1991 at the original Windhoek Conference that gave the globe the World Press Freedom Day. We accompanied each of the regional conferences and declarations that followed, and the celebration all around the world each year. We were in support at the 10th anniversary, 10-year anniversary, that gave a boost to broadcast pluralism. We were again there at the 20th anniversary that led to the UN recognizing the International Day of Universal Access to Information. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a mark of consistency that UNESCO has worked with governments, media, NGOs, international organizations, and internet companies over these 30 years to fulfill our mandate for the free flow of information and ideas. It is this work that helped the world to make progress on public access to information and fundamental freedom, which is what the Sustainable Development Goals call for. Now, we are here once again at another milestone in a long journey from the Second World War, when censorship fueled violence, aggression, and death on a terrifying scale, till today humanity is moving forward in showing that the right to freedom of expression is essential for peace and progress. Today's world, including during this COVID crisis, we especially underline the practical importance of our right to freedom of expression, which includes press freedom and the freedom to access information. This is why this conference has the theme, information as a public good. When the internet is offering us a huge amount of content, with this event, we have now drawn attention to what counts as information within the wider mix of messages. This information, much of it the product of journalists that is humanity's treasure. Looking ahead, in order to ensure that we have information as a public good, we continue to need the original Windhoek element of press freedom, pluralism, and independence. Further, as outlined in our new Windhoek Plus 30 declaration we have just adopted, we are recognizing that 3 more conditions are necessary: media viability, transparency of the big internet companies, and a high level of citizen competencies in communication and information issues. The original Windhoek Declaration set a course that has guided stakeholders for 3 decades. The wisdom and guidance in the Windhoek Plus 30 Declaration that we have just adopted can be equally as useful. Therefore, as we conclude this conference, let each of us do the utmost to take forward Windhoek Plus 30. You can count on UNESCO working with Namibia and with all other interested countries and stakeholders to help make Windhoek Plus 30 a reality. For our part, UNESCO will use the new declaration to inform our work around the world, and we will cooperate with partners to amplify it on occasions like the upcoming International Day for Universal Access to Information this September. 2 months later, in November, you can also be sure that our 193 member states at the General Conference will take close cognizance of Windhoek Plus 30 as a document with universal resonance. From the dry deserts of this beautiful country, once again, Africa is offering a beautiful gift to the globe. To conclude, let me recall Director General's words in her opening. Thank you for making the spirit of the Windhoek Declaration alive here today, and for the inspiration it brings to us. Ukehepa, Bai Danki, Tangi Unene, vielen Dank, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Musa, for your good closing remarks and for your efforts throughout this process. Gwen and I can testify to how much of your energy you have dedicated to the preparations of this event. But without further ado, let me invite to the podium the Minister of Namibian Minister of Information and Communication Technology, Dr. Pierre Moshelenga, to deliver his closing remarks. Dr. Moshelenga has been also very key to the preparations of this event as co-chairperson of the preparatory committee.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, all protocol observed. Today, the 3rd of May, marks the 30th anniversary of the landmark Windhoek Declaration, since it was sealed right here in this very same place on the 3rd of May, 1991. During that time, the Republic of Namibia was just 1 year, 1 month, and 10 days old. Emerging as a determined new nation and putting away the colonial legacy and forging ahead with a new era of hope, freedom, peace, and sustained prosperity as one nation in unity. It is therefore a pregnant moment, not only to us as Namibians, but to all freedom and peace-loving citizens of the world, that 31 years down memory lane, Namibia as a product of the global community continues to shine as a beacon of hope and freedom, rule of law, democracy, and justice for all, as enshrined in our Constitution, which, among others, further seek to promote the dignity, unity, and integrity of all our citizens, irrespective of their color, religion, ethnicity, or tribal orientation. In other words, democracy is well entrenched in Namibia's governance architecture. To date, we have 3 consecutive presidential handover of power through democratic processes. Our World Press Freedom Ranking speaks volume of itself, and our media fraternity bears testimony of how conducive media environment is in relation to other parts of the world. And the holding of this prestigious international event here is a clear demonstration of Namibia's unwavering commitment to a free and independent and pluralistic press. The media is significant for both didactic and hedonistic reasons. A free press provides considerable literature needed to soothe the souls of those who feel down in society and act as a master vigilant of the depressed, the bored and despondent suffering in silence, whose voices might not be heard for one or other reasons. Furthermore, the media provides safe space to amplify issues that bedevil society and voice of the voices of the voiceless, as well as reaches out to everyone else going through melancholy. The artfully written future stories encourage and also provide literary pleasure and promotes a reading culture needed for a knowledge-based global economy. Regarding the befitting theme of this event, information as public good, Namibia has specifically, during the COVID-19 pandemic, learned that there is a place for both public and private media houses. Do we always get the balance right? I would dare say it depends on which side of the fence you stand. But we do realize that there needs to be an equitable share that reaches both parties in the arena of media industry. The much bigger challenge for not only Namibia but for Africa and the world at large is clearly to find a solution where income is distributed on a fair basis, considering that the bigger electronic platforms earn the biggest share, while simply relying and basing their modus operandi on data mimicking, on data mining. That is likely to require political intervention on an international scale if we want to seriously address this inequity in the media industry. A small country such as ours will not be able to force a policy change by private enterprises of the size we are talking of. All in all, I would think that the media environment still allows for improvement that lies in the nature of the beast, but having listened to various speakers and interest groups, more specifically to members of the media fraternity, including 2 Namibian champions of the World Press Freedom Day, I am convinced that Namibia is on the right track to turn information into a functional public good. Director of Proceedings, as we are about to disembark from this 4 days engagement, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations and appreciations to the orderly and principled manner in which both in-person and virtual participants conducted themselves. I have no doubt that the various lecture series, presentations, and contributions will further cement and enhance our desire to jealously defend and safeguard press freedom and the safety of our journalists all over the world. To this end, I'd like to thank our development partners, particularly the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, European Union, and so many others, including the civil society organizations, and more particularly the media fraternity, academia, and judicial community. We have all worked relentlessly in ensuring that Namibia sees this opportunity to rekindle the country's history of being the seat of the Windhoek Declaration that culminated in the annual global celebrations of the World Press Freedom Day 2021 all over the world. Furthermore, I will be failing in my duty if I do not extend my appreciations to the following sponsors who responded to our request generously, both in kind and money, including provision of technical support. These are the Communication Regulatory Authority of Namibia, CRAN, Confidante newspaper, Development Bank of Namibia, Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia, Embassy of the Republic of the Netherlands, European Union, First National Bank, High Commission of India, Huawei Telecommunications Technologies Namibia, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Namibia Media Holdings, New Era Publications, Telecom Namibia, the Namibian newspaper, Namibia University of Science and Technology, University of Namibia, WITD, South Essential IT, Conso AV, and One Africa Television. Your support to realize this global event goes a long way in enhancing information as a public good. At this moment, I would also like to extend our special congratulations and well wishes to Madame Maria Rosa from the Philippines for winning this year's UNESCO Guillermo Cano World Press Freedom Award, a prestigious award awarded to those who have made extraordinary contribution to the defense and promotion of press freedom anywhere in the world. To our guests who travel from all over the world, I hope you enjoyed your stay in our capital and invite you to explore the rest of Namibia, land of the wide open spaces. You have been wonderful guests. It has been a pleasure hosting you. When all is said and done, I now declare the World Press Freedom Conference 2021 officially closed, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. May I now call the House to stand so that we sing the anthems of Namibia and Africa. And just before we sing, I just wanted to inform the media present here that there'll be a press conference shortly after we are done with the anthems, and that you may stay behind. You should, as a matter of fact, stay behind to attend the press conference and, of course, get a message of what will be announced there. Thanks a lot. National anthem. The anthems.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to liberty and unity. O sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the star, let us make Africa the tree of life. Namibia, land of the brave freedom fight, we have won. Glory to their bravery, whose blood waters our freedom. We give our love and loyalty, together in unity, contrasting beautiful Namibia, Namibia, our country, beloved land of savannas, hold high the banner of liberty. Namibia, our country, Namibia, motherland, we love thee.
It's been 25 years, peace, stability, oh, prosperity. One Namibia, one nation. Thank you, Safishuna. Sema sanu yoma. Thank you, Tate Ngifike. Unye Bohamba. And now we wait, coming in. Logota hage genko. We sele, we celebrate.
Tesema safi kuna kwetu kufami kuna tate pohamba go hamba ojuninga hamba tate hage oh make we celebrate ngwetu monwe anya sabana mipia ngase panya kukwe tate hakongo yono make tate hage tate kalunga le kuyambeke tasove opo singoli ya sikunongushwe.
It's been 25 years, peace, stability, oh, prosperity. One Namibia, one nation. Thank you, Safishuna. Sema sanu yoma. Thank you, Tate Ngifike. Logota hage genko.